Join guest designer Rachel Norris on her Artisan Earrings DVD. Get creating stunning designs in no time at all through the fantastic tuition from Rachel. The easy-to-follow steps shown on this DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and experience many different techniques specifically designed for creating earrings. This DVD covers how to make your own findings, Aztec, Art Deco and Aphrodite earrings. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker. Join our guest designer Mark Smith on his Makes for Men DVD. You'll experience many different techniques specifically designed for creating men's jewellery. This DVD will cover how to make a slip knot, railroad bracelet, metal with leather techniques, cufflinks, a wraparound bracelet and a ball chain bracelet. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Whoa, look at all these beautiful gemstones. I don't want to sell any of these. These are all mine.
Ooh. Ooh. I am the ghost of JewelleryMaker past. You cannot keep all these deals for yourself, Scrooge. If you do that, I won't be able to offer the double trouble, the blue deals and the triple trouble deals.
Ah, humbug.
Did someone say that? I'm the ghost of JewelleryMaker present. I cannot allow you to keep these gemstones to yourself, so I'll be taking over as presenter, Carol. Now get out!
Oh. Merry Christmas, Governor. Oh, get out of it, Dickens. Oh, so I suppose you're the ghost of JewelleryMaker to be. Yeah. What, are those the new deals that are coming up in the new year, are they? Well, we've got amazing deals on tools and Tanzanite and Labradorite. Well, I want in on this. Well, all right, I promise. I'll share. I'm a changed man now. Yes, I want to share all my gemstones. Oh. Merry Christmas, Governor. Get out of it, Dunkdyke.
Ooh, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Good evening and welcome to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed, thank you so much for tuning in. We have got so many treats coming up. I actually don't know where to start. Actually I do, because we are joined this evening by a brand new guest designer. So nobody's ever met the lovely Alicia before.
Hello.
Hi Alicia, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Are you alright, yeah?
Yeah.
So how long have you been jewellery making for, Alicia?
Goodness me, about 3 years, but I've always been creative. I've always been doing creative things, like many of our viewers. Always, yes.
So lots of people have got involved in jewellery making off the back of card making or cake decorating, those kind of things, haven't they?
I went to art college when I was 17, that kind of
right,
thing.
okay,
Yes, so, yeah, a bit of a
So
history
did you
there.
start jewellery making as a result of JewelleryMaker, or was it kind of...
Actually, I started and then I found JewelleryMaker, and I have to say, JewelleryMaker's really helped that journey, Oh,
okay, cool.
Yeah, fantastic, lots of inspiration.
Well, that's what we're all about, isn't it? Inspiring people, and that's hopefully what you're going to be able to help us with this evening. So we're going to have a look at some of Alicia's designs throughout the evening. We've already given you some of our lovely treats, and they are particularly beautiful this evening, aren't they?
Thank you.
I have to say. So what kind of discipline do you normally tend to favour then?
Okay, do you know, because I'm so artistic, like many people, anything that's given to me, anything that you show me, I think, oh, I can do this with that, or I can do that. But I just really like the way colours combine together. Okay. I think that's something probably from the art side of things.
Sure, yeah, of course. Yeah, colour combination is a big part of design, isn't it? Yeah.
Absolutely. And of course, macrame is something that, like Crame.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I did when I was at school.
Right, okay.
And also the Mckays had a little go when I was a little girl, and these things start to feed back into what we're doing now.
Absolutely. Well, you know, macrame is a massive discipline. In fact, we've had Deb on this afternoon. Deb loves her macrame as well, of course. Yeah. Okay, so I hear as well that you... Oh, you're doing a bit of crochet as well? There
I've
you
got
go.
some lovely... That's one of the first things that I showed.
There you go. Okay, well, we have got some incredible treats. As I said, Alicia will be here throughout the show. And I have to start off with this. I've been describing it as basically a skipping rope length of Tanzanite. So December's birthstone, but I think when it comes to Tanzanite, everybody's fallen in love with this. It's one of the rarest gemstones on the planet, of course. Let's have a look at this with a little bit of skin tone behind it to begin with, just so we can get an idea of the colour saturation. Of course, colour's a big component when you think about the rarity and the prestige attached to Tanzanite, because of course it's a pleochroic gemstone. You can see all of those beautiful colour tones coming through there, the blues and the violets as well as the pinks and the reds. Absolutely stunning gemstone. Faceted rondelles. I did show it to the ladies in the workshop today because Alison's here doing a wire workshop today, and they were extremely taken aback, weren't they? Right?
It's absolutely divine. It's really, really beautiful.
You've already been making some designs, haven't you?
Yeah, it's got some really subtle rosy hues inside.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And violets, so just ultraviolet kind of spectrum. It's really beautiful.
It's gorgeous, absolutely phenomenal. And of course, we're very, very lucky to have this gemstone. We're not having too much luck, actually, down at Tanzanite 1 over the last few months. Haven't really found any sizable deposits, but that doesn't hold us back here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. We have managed to source this gemstone for you. You'd think that we'd be giving you like a 12 centimetre strand, but no. 48 centimetres of Tanzanite this evening. It is limited edition. That is the only drawback. But there's still, we've got over 50. So we've got double figures, but we have got over 50. So if you do want to get involved with that, we're going to bring it up later this evening as our superstar buy. Could come up any time after 8 PM. So make sure you have your phone in hand. The second the graphics hit the screen, start dialing the free phone number, or alternatively, you can add it to your basket at JewelleryMaker.com. We are going to kick off, though, with a wholesale opportunity this evening. And actually, it's a little monochrome bundle. But it's not just the fact that you've got the juxtaposition between jet blacks and icy whites. You've also got the combination of cuts as well, because you've got the organic nuggets and the perfect rounds in both colour tones. So let's have a look at these all together. I love this bundle because we've just been talking about, you know, the importance of colour combinations within your designs, and if you're investing in this bundle, it kind of deals with that for you. You don't have to put too much effort into the kind of colour combination you're going to put together, because you know this is going to work. It's a classic combination, the traditional monochrome effect. I suppose a lot of people will associate it with the kind of 1920s kind of flapper girl style jewellery, but actually, I mean, the combination of black and white is just very traditional, isn't it? So the black onyx nuggets are actually black onyx, and they range in size from 2x1 to 10x1. A very organic feel from the nuggets, and actually you've got subtle little nuances in the colour tone as well. Some little sort of cappuccino tones coming through as well on the jet black gemstones there. Then you've got your perfect rounds of black agate, 6mm in size, giving you exactly 80 carats. These are slightly larger nuggets in the clear quartz, and that means that you get over 400 carats on this particular strand. Very impressive. And then clear quartz plain rounds as well, so 6mm plain rounds as well. I mean, actually, the 6mm of your clear quartz and your black agate would be perfect for macrame designs, wouldn't they?
Yeah, Yeah, I think they would. And it's something else that I think with those types of nuggets, that because the light refracts off them so beautifully, I like to do individual pieces with them and join together on a bracelet individually. So there's lots of movement, you know,
yeah,
a bit like
I think because you've got the natural texture, haven't you, from the shapes, and then you just kind of play on that within the design.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Because I think it's easy to cluster them all together, but it's nice when the light actually hits them from all the angles.
Absolutely. I think this is a key consideration when you're working with genuine gemstones. It's all about the way the light plays within the gemstone, and of course, when you're shopping here at Jewellery Maker, it's all about the incredible value. We offer you the best value on the market, particularly for genuine gemstones, and I have to say, this is no exception. If you were to buy these 4 strands individually any other time, they'd be $14.80. Already incredible value, especially when you consider that the nuggets are both 84cm strands. But we're not staying there. This evening, we are going to take it down to a Jewellery Maker late show price point. Wow, we're going to make this extremely affordable, taking it under £10 for 4 strands of gemstones. I'll tell you what, producer Liam, he's feeling generous tonight. $8.95, and of course, if you're using our premium postal service, which is $4.95, then we can still guarantee delivery before Christmas. If you're using our normal postage, just $2.95 per day. We have extended our money back guarantee until the end of January, so it's a risk-free shopping experience. Simply dial the free phone number or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. Of course, we have been inspiring you all day long here at Jewellery Maker. And if you've got your order up and running, you're always going to pay just 1 P&P per day. We're never going to charge you per item or for the weight of each item. You can add as many items to your order as you wish and take advantage of that incredible deal. And I have to say, at $8.95 for 4 strands, I would probably describe these as must-have. Because everybody needs their clear quartz, everybody needs their jet black gemstones. They are the ultimate neutrals, aren't they? And so for just $8.95, you are seriously onto a winner there. You're going to need them at some point for your designs, and normally you'd have to pay $14.80. Tonight, just $8.95, effectively a clearance deal. But this is kind of the idea behind us here at Jewellery Maker, that we offer you wholesale opportunities on your genuine gemstones, and here on the Late Show, we try to go above and beyond so that you can really maximise on that 1 P&P per day. Lots of people coming through now to add these to their basket at JewelleryMaker.com. Don't forget, that is just a signal of intent. You do need to check out to avoid disappointment. Monochrome Magnificence, available for $8.95. Anytime you see a price reduction or, you know, a discount bundle, they're only available for 60 minutes, so take advantage as quickly as possible. $8.95, that will remain on our website for that, and I've actually got people coming through to multi-buy that, so congratulations. I will just say, check out some of the other strands we have coming up in the coming hour. Beautiful, well, probably, I would say, our 3 most popular gemstones here at Jewellery Maker. I would think the bookies have slashed the odds on this being the top 3 in the award ceremony this year. We've got Tanzanite. So if you missed out on your perfect rounds of Tanzanite over the weekend, we have your second, probably your final bite of the cherry on that strand, because it is a little bit limited. Faceted amethyst and faceted Labradorite. Absolutely spectacular, that is. Okay, so these are all coming up before 6 p.m. But without further ado, we're going to move on to our next deal. And this is another opportunity that we brought you for the first time this weekend. Now, I was actually fortunate enough to be doing the morning show on Sunday, so I was lucky to bring you some of these opportunities. They've only ever featured once prior to this evening. This was actually launched on Saturday with the lovely Carol. And this is your champagne-coloured wire ribbon. Some people will know it as Wire Lux. And it's basically deluxe wire ribbon. Or deluxe wire mesh, I should say. This is the 20mm variety. The possibilities with this particular item are pretty much endless. We saw some fantastic designs from Fee on Sunday. Our resident beading buddies had also put together some incredible some designs for us. And let's just have a look here. A little bit more detail. Basically detailed wire mesh. Adds a little bit of extra intricacy and detailing to your designs. These are 20mm in diameter, you get 24 inches in total on the length itself. It's absolutely spectacular. And I have to say, we have spent a long time trying to source this. We've known about it for a few years, but it's never been readily available in the UK. Only ever been available on the American market. And previously, in the States, the price point, the average price point, has been around about $48. Obviously, once we'd imported it from America, we were going to potentially have to charge you even more than that. We weren't happy with that kind of price point, so we've spent a little bit of time trying to source it appropriately, and now we've got it available for you at a Jewellery Maker price. So we're not going to launch it at $48. Oh, no, no, no. Have a look at this. We are going to honour the launch prices that we brought you at the weekend. I believe so. Okay, the graphics have frozen, but don't panic. You can start dialing the free phone there, you know. They've caught up with us. $14.95 for your champagne wire ribbon or wire looks. And if you do want to get involved with that particular deal, maybe you weren't around on Saturday or Sunday, maybe you were, you know, lots of people have to go and do a bit of visiting at this time of year, don't they? And if you missed out on the opportunity to add the wire ribbon to your order, then we have your second bite of the cherry here on The Late Show. I would suggest that you get involved. I'm being told we are extremely busy in the opening 15 minutes of the show, so if you are interested in any of these items, don't forget, you can always change your mind. We have extended your money back guarantee, but of course if you miss it, you will miss out. $14.95 for 24 inches of your champagne wire ribbon. We're going to move on to our next deal then, and we'll now bring you the Laguna, or turquoise as I was describing it on Sunday morning. This was really, really popular. Saw some fantastic designs from Fiona Potter, and of course you'll be able to see those on the Facebook site. If you go to the Facebook site, you can see all of the designs that Fiona created on the show. Absolutely gorgeous. We know how popular this colour tone is, I suppose synonymous with luxury jewellery, but this just allows you to work in a slightly different way, to maybe take it in a different direction by putting a different texture and medium into your designs. Lots of detailing on the wire ribbon itself. Same length, 24 inches, and it's a 20mm diameter. Again, this beautiful turquoise tone here. And of course, we're going to give you our Jewellery Maker price. $14.95 once again. We launched them all at the same price, I think, so you know what the price is going to be for all of the wire ribbons. $14.95, as I say. When we first found out about this product, it was available on the American market for $48. So, you know, I don't know the exact exchange rate today, but I think, let's say that's about £30 or something. $48, £30, that sound about right? Well, we can find out, I'm being told. There you go. So, really? So, oh, I was pretty close. £30 is $47. Amazing. So it was actually $48. So there you go. It's actually a little bit more than £30. We've managed to bring it to you at $14.95 this evening. As I say, we are honouring the launch price. This was brought to you over the weekend, but this is your second bite of the cherry. If you missed out on that opportunity, start dialing now or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. We're going to move on, and actually we're very, very fortunate to be bringing you our Tanzanite rounds. Now these were also launched over the weekend. I think Carol brought you these as well. Gorgeous, perfect polished rounds of Tanzanite. We don't see this finish on Tanzanite very often. 200 carats of Tanzanite. I think we have had previous opportunities to own this particular strand actually, but I think it came back in stock. You know, I think I saw it with Carol at the weekend, but I could be wrong. Perfect rounds of Tanzanite. Doesn't matter whose hand it was over the back of. This is one of the most prestigious gemstones on the planet, 1,000 times rarer than diamonds. And that is because it comes from just one location on the planet, and there's just one mine in Tanzania. It's called Tanzanite 1, as you'd expect. Now this is our superstar buy, our faceted Rondelles of Tanzanite. Rather lengthy, 48 centimetres, and that's coming up after 8 PM. But right now, I'm bringing you, this is quite unique actually. I don't think I've had perfect rounds of Tanzanite very often. I love the way it's been polished because again it gives you that beautiful almost swirl of colour across the strand. So some are offering you kind of a richer powder blue, others have that subtle violet tone. You don't need to pile these into your designs. I'm just thinking about a wire macrame bracelet with these 8mm rounds inside. I mean, you have to charge an appropriate price, of course, when you are selling Tanzanite. The most expensive piece of jewellery I've ever sold was a Tanzanite ring on our sister channel Gems TV. If you are new to us, I used to be a producer on Gems TV before I came to work for JewelleryMaker, and I have to say Tanzanite, easily one of the most popular gemstones I think on the market, but certainly from my experience of working within the Genuine Gemstone Company, this is the most popular gemstone that we sell within the whole company. A lot of expert designers actually suggesting they think this will be our favourite gemstone of 2014. We are going to have an awards ceremony on New Year's Eve. I think Vicky Carr will be hosting that on the morning show. And so you'll get to find out what has been voted as our favourite gemstone. A lot of people opting for Tanzanite this year, and it's because we've actually increased our buying power over the last 12 to 18 months, and we've managed to have this a little more frequently. 200 carats of Tanzanite here, probably the most prestigious, certainly one of the rarest gemstones available on the market, exclusively sold by Tiffany's when it was first discovered, and actually it was Tiffany's who were responsible for naming it Tanzanite. So that really goes to highlight the prestige and the gravitas, if you like, attached to this gemstone. I know that any collector out there is going to want to have this gemstone as part of their personal collection of gemstones. I've already got quite a few people coming through at JewelleryMaker.com to allocate their strand. Let's have a look at our price now. 200 carats, wow. 50p a carat. Wow, is all I can say about that. $99.95 for 200 carats of this beautiful Tanzanite, as I say, polished, and quite a significant carat weight on each and every gemstone because they are 8mm rounds. I don't think we see Tanzanite this large very often either. Generally, we're dealing with much more delicate cuts. Is this something that you would tend to work with, Alicia?
I do, I love Tanzanite. However, this is really selfish. I'm keeping all my stash for myself this year. I've bought Tanzanite, but hearing what you're saying about it, I'm just keeping hold of it, and I'm waiting for that very special commission.
Absolutely.
Because
I can understand that.
And just keeping it for me. It's
yeah, why not?
Isn't it? Yeah.
That's one of the key things, isn't it, with jewellery design? Do you tend to sell your designs then?
Yeah, I do. I've come straight from a craft fair that I'm at.
Right.
Today.
What, today?
Yeah.
So you've done a craft fair this morning, then you've come here?
Yesterday, travelled up,
right,
but I'm going back to it because it's like a 10
Nice, I like that.
Yeah.
So have you ever sold a Tanzanite design?
Yes. Yeah. I've sold my Tanzanite, but not this year. I'm just keeping it all for myself.
I don't blame you. You know what?
Keeping it all.
Because it is becoming so much more difficult to get hold of, and we've made a few references to this, but if you were lucky enough to see the Gems TV documentary that was aired on ITV a couple of months ago, you would have seen that even the owner of the company, Mr. Steve Bennett, who does have very, very good relationship with the mine owners over in Tanzania, even he was unable to actually source this gemstone and get any of it on his last expedition. And so, you know, if you have got this, I can understand why you might want to hold on to it. I think, you know, we expect in the future for this to have, you know, an inherent value, don't we? I mean, when I first started working with the company, we really were thinking about this as a one-generational gemstone. And we were thinking that maybe our children, or certainly our children's children, wouldn't have the opportunity to earn this. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. Who knows? We might find another source of Tanzanite in 20 years' time. But I have to say, it is becoming much rarer at the present time to get hold of this. Certainly 200 carats in 8mm perfect rounds. How would you set this in the design then? I know you'd probably keep the design for yourself.
No, I mean, to be honest with you, last year I was just making kind of a rosary, sterling silver, just doing rosary link chain. And I think I would only use sterling silver with it, but I am very fond of copper at the moment, and I do think that copper is a beautiful medium, and I think it's very underrated, and I would happily set it with copper.
Really?
But only very sparingly. Yeah.
And then of course you could use the rose gold plated findings to finish off the design. We had this discussion, didn't we, when I first met you earlier this afternoon?
Absolutely.
And we were saying, you know, because I love rose gold, I think it offers you so many different creative opportunities, but the copper and the rose gold are so similar that makes quite a quite coherent design.
Definitely, definitely, and I don't think that I don't have any problem with mixing my metals. I think, and especially at this time of year, it's very, very Christmassy.
Absolutely. Actually, yeah, it's good because it's got that little warmth to it. It does work in those designs. So then you've got the icy blues coming through from your Tanzanite rounds, and then you've got the warmth from your rose gold.
Yeah, yeah. Any time of year wear, really.
Beautiful. There you go then. Well, I have to say, there's a lot of people placing this in their basket. You do need to check out just $99.95 for 200 carats of Tanzanite. Something doesn't add up, but that's what we do here at Jewellery Maker. Incredible deals. We're going to move on to our next opportunity. And another very, very popular gemstone. Another gemstone that I think most people would want to have in their collection. Probably the best known gemstone on the market, actually. Beautiful amethyst. These are faceted rounds, and they are, in the words of Lucy, mahusive. They're 12mm faceted rounds. Look at that. Because of the depth of colour there, and this is, I think we often discuss this, this is pretty much amethyst purple. I think this is the colour tone most people associate with the gemstone, and as I say, most people are aware of this gemstone. The saturation of colour is spectacular, and because of the way it's been faceted, just check this out. When you've got the light passing through the gemstone, you get this fantastic sparkle. When you've got the skin tone behind it, you get this gorgeous lustre. So you're getting the best of both worlds with this gemstone, aren't you? Really almost dramatic, the effect that you get because of that depth of colour. And this is exactly as Mother Nature intended it. This is how amethyst actually forms. This is the colour tone we'd expect to see. Those of you who are fortunate enough to have come down to the studios, maybe you've come to a workshop, for example, or on the Sunday experience, may have actually gone down to the museum that is housed here between the studios, actually. And there's some fantastic amethyst geodes down there, and you can actually see the way that the crystal forms. I'll try and get some images. I'll put them on my Facebook and Twitter account so you can see them, and you'll see that this is the colour tone which amethyst actually naturally forms. This is 100% natural, and again, a rather ridiculous carat weight. 380 carats of faceted amethyst here in your 12mm rounds, currently available on our website for $11.95, but we don't want to give you that. We are going to give you a late show price point this evening, and we're going to honour the original launch price. We're taking it under £10, down to $9.95 this evening. Every little helps, especially if, like Alicia, you're selling your designs at craft fairs. This can make all the difference to your profit margins, can't it, these savings?
Oh, definitely. I mean, if you set something like that with your sterling silver, just a pair of earrings done nicely,
of course.
£20.
Right.
And then if somebody comes up, you can offer them a discount, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's like anything, isn't it? Once you start to build up rapport with your customers, once you know you're going to get repeat business, then you can start to discuss mates rates, as it were. But before that, you've got to price your jewellery appropriately, particularly in precious metals, as you're saying. But you're saying use 2 gemstones and double your money, potentially.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to unsell them, and it's such a beautiful gemstone.
Especially these kind of carat weights.
They're
absolutely... We need a better word than mahusive. They're gargantuan. They're gigantic. I'm going to count them, actually, so we can see just how many pairs of earrings we could make. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 pairs of earrings at £20 each. What's that? Is that like £340 potentially?
How many pairs you done?
17 pairs at £20 each. Yeah, that's £340. Yeah. That's what I thought. There you go. That's a real profit-making strand,
Not bad,
isn't it?
is it? I tend to do some with 1 drop and then some with the 3 drops. So you've got
And then
I like things
does the
for
price
easy
vary
ones.
on those then?
Yeah,
So, yeah.
Yeah, so it
you've
might
got
be
a bigger carrot
15
weight.
or in 22 or something like that.
Okay, yeah, cool. There you go. This is great advice we're getting from Alicia this morning. In fact, this morning? I'm losing it. This evening. In fact, if you have any questions regarding craft fairs that you want to put to Alicia, you'd be happy to answer those for us, would you?
Come on now, give it a go.
Yeah, there you go.
Why
then. So
not?
it's a good way for us to get to know you as a designer as well, and what you're all about. So that's fantastic. So if you want to text in, if you've got any questions, maybe you've made it your New Year's resolution to start selling some of your designs and getting involved with craft fairs, and you want a little bit of advice, text in to Alicia. Yeah. She goes to all the craft fairs. The number you need is 60777 and start your text with the phrase JM Studio. Alternatively, there you go, they're on it tonight. They've got all the info. And alternatively, if you're logged in at JewelleryMaker.com, then you can just send your question through. It's pretty obvious. There's a little message box there. So, yeah, send them through, and Alicia will do her best to answer those for you. I think that's a great text topic, actually. Nice one. OK, so we're going to move on. Now, I love these. I think most designers have got a little bit of a soft spot, shall we say, for cultured pearls. They tend to sort of epitomise luxury, don't they? They certainly allow you to achieve higher price points because there's so many faux pearls available, particularly at craft fairs. So when you're working with the real deal, you're definitely going to attract attention to your designs. Now, when you see the classic colour tones or maybe some of the more vibrant contemporary colours, they're always going to work in your designs, but this is something we definitely don't see every day. This is a little bit special, the peacock pearls, and it's because they give you those variations. So you get the kind of amethyst purples and the violet tones. You also get those sort of electric blues and lagoon greens, if you like. It all comes through, and almost from different angles you see all of those colours on one gemstone. They're almost reminiscent of Tahitian pearls from that point of view because of the depth of colour. I mean, you could happily put these pearls alongside your Tanzanite. Do you like that, Alicia? That work?
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Alicia, you can come back.
Excellent taste then.
There you go. I love that combination of pearls and Tanzanite. It's classic, isn't it? And actually, you know, a lot of our viewers as well as our expert designers are starting to receive, you know, high three-figure valuations combining the big five and pearls. So we had a lady text in the other day to say that she'd combined Tanzanite with pearls and she was getting a valuation, I think, of over £400. We know that Jan, of course, has taken her pearl designs to her local jeweller. She's now got commissions to create pearl jewellery that's in the boutique windows. That's amazing, isn't it? That's where you want to get to, I suppose.
Oh, definitely.
Absolutely. There you go. But do you find pearls sell well at craft fairs as well?
Yeah, they do. They do. Hands down, pearls sell. And again, if you put pearls with some of your classic gemstones, they just lift it, just like you've just done.
Oh, come on, I'm on to a winner tonight. And we haven't even given you a price yet. I thought we had. I'll tell you why. Every single person that's come through so far has actually multi-bought this strand. Every person has taken at least 2 of these so far. Oh, actually, Hayley's just put 1 strand in her basket. Oh, there's lots of people placing this in their basket. Let's get the price on screen, as always, and add it to your order price. But for one of the most luxurious gemstones on the planet, cultured pearls. Now, I have to say, and I have alluded to this quite a few times over the last couple of months, I do not expect to see these prices for pearls in 2015, and I'm not just, you know, making this up. Our pearl suppliers, people we've been working with for over 10 years, have informed us that it is becoming more difficult to offer us these prices. They're managing to achieve them at the moment, but you know what it's like when things become a little bit more difficult. The commercial realities of sourcing pearls are that we expect to see the price rising. Right now though, and add it to your order price for a very versatile strand of pearls. You've got a slight elongation to the actual shape, which might lend itself to your designs, whether they're going to become petals or maybe the wings of a dragonfly, but you could just keep it simple with pearls. If you restrand these and add a beautiful clasp, you'll find that you're expecting to achieve higher price points.
I've found that if you make a little flower with them as well, just at the bottom of a drop necklace, that always sells really well. For some reason.
Floral motifs are really popular, aren't they?
Yeah, a little bit of a pearl with a bit of the other gemstone that you're using, you can make a flower design. People seem to really love it, just hanging on a chain.
Nice, there you go. So there's more great advice if you are selling your designs, of course, and anything with that little bit of elongation not only lends itself to those kind of designs, but also, I suppose, it adds credibility to you as a designer, because people will be able to see that they are genuine cultured pearls. Of course, the synthetics tend to be, you know, perfect rounds. And you can find perfect round pearls, but they're so rare. Mother Nature tends to have slight imperfections, doesn't she? And that's what makes them so amazing. Yeah. Absolutely gorgeous. $6.95. These are proven to be extremely popular. As I say, most people are multi-buying this strand, so if you have got it in your basket, please check out. So I don't want to be annoying, but I don't want you to miss out either. We are going to move on right now because it's time for a star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for our first star buy of the evening. We're going to try to have a star buy every half an hour or so, and it's our opportunity to bring you a very special deal. So we're either going to create a wholesale bundle or we're going to launch a premiere strand. Don't forget, we do have over 40 centimetres of Tanzanite coming up at around about 8 PM. So that's going to be our superstar buy. Right now, we're bringing you this fantastic combination. I mean, I'll tell you what, Cleopatra will be happy with this. Oh, it's called Ancient Luxury. There you go, me and you, we're on the same wavelength. So our producers put together the bundles. They take complementary gemstones from our website, they bundle them together and then give you a reduction in the price. Can't go wrong with that, can you? And I have to say, this is gorgeous. Kind of it's actually called shiny gold shell pearl. I think it's more of an antique gold kind of tone, isn't it? Very rich, almost like old gold, if you like, that kind of colour tone. Actually, I'll tell you what, this would go great with your coppers and your rose golds, wouldn't it, Alicia?
Absolutely, absolutely. I love those tones together.
Fantastic combination, isn't it? Actually, I think maybe the reason this combination is so traditional is because of lapis lazuli. You know, ancient civilizations used to use lapis lazuli quite heavily. It was heavily revered. I've just started talking about Cleopatra there. She actually used to use it as eyeshadow, but she also set it into jewellery designs as well. And again, you know, it's almost like Mother Nature was giving us a little nod in the right direction, if you like, because she put these beautiful golden flecks on the surface of the gemstone, and so we could see that it was a natural combination, because of course you've got those beautiful deep royal blues, but then you get those little flecks of gold in there. They're actually iron or pyrite inclusions inside the gemstone. They almost look like gold leaf inside the gemstone. So you can understand again why pyrite is called fool's gold, because it does look like gold, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
It's a really traditional gemstone, and again, you know, if you are selling your designs, whether it's through personal commissions, and even if you're a hobbyist, it's only a matter of time before you get your first personal commission. It always tends to happen. I've spoke to people who in the past have said, I've got no intention of selling my designs, I just make it for myself, and then I see them on a workshop 6 months later and they're like, you were right, somebody came up to me and said, can you remake that for me? So, you know, it always tends to happen because people want to own luxury jewellery. They want it to be one of a kind, they want it to be bespoke, and this is the best way to go about it. Lapis lazuli, very traditional, again, people are very aware of it, and this combination is fantastic because you've got the contrast in that kind of golden tone from the uniformed 8mm shell pearl, combined with the kind of more traditional golden tones that you find on the surface of that lapis lazuli. It really makes both of them come to life. You can see that in this design. This has been put together by Sue, one of our resident jewellery makers. I love that combination. Now, if you were to buy these two strands individually, it would already be very reasonable, under £10 for both strands. That's already quite shocking because I'd expect the lapis lazuli to be around about £9.95. only based on Jewellery Maker price, of course. If you were getting it from another supplier, wow, both strands for $6.95. That's amazing.
That's astonishing. Most people know Lapis Lazuli as well.
Yeah, that's what I was always think about it.
Yeah.
I suppose it's one of those gemstones that people are just familiar with because it's so historical. And of course we've played on that history here by combining it with another golden tone. You could actually see that, couldn't you, being worn by, you know, the ancient Egyptians, something like that, like those kind of designs. If you think about even sort of Tutankhamun's famous kind of head mask, of course, that combination of the royal blues and the golds, and it kind of just has very strong associations with opulence, I suppose, from that point of view.
That's a good word.
Yeah?
Very good word.
Oh yeah, it's getting along with that. Half the stock's already been allocated on this particular bundle. We have only got a limited number, I'm afraid, so if you do want to get hold of this... Oh, in fact, we had fewer than 50 of this particular bundle, and I have to say, I think we'd probably have sold it out anyway at that price point, even if we had a lot more. But it is a little more urgent that you get involved this evening, because at $6.95, I do expect that to be a sellout deal. If you're waiting on the phone lines, there is a short queue. Don't panic. It's just 30 seconds or so. It is a free phone number. You will be answered in the order in which you dial. You come through to a lovely member of our help team. They're all very helpful, and they'll add that to your order for just $6.95. It's a great way to maximise on your 1 P&P per day to get 2 strands of gemstones, particularly the uniformed rounds of shell pearl, which our resident designers often tell me is the only faux pearl they would ever use. It's not really faux pearl because it is still an organic mineral, but you get the uniformed rounds, 8mm, and then you've got the lapis lazuli as well. Unbelievable. Okay, I'm going to have to move on from that one because it looks like it is going to be a sellout deal and I don't want to annoy anyone. Before we do, just a quick reminder in case, you know, some people will have just walked through the door. You know, if you got stuck on a traffic jam on the way home or what have you, you might not know about our superstar buy this evening, a 48cm strand of Tanzanite. It's like a skipping rope. Alyssa, you've already seen it. It's phenomenal, isn't it?
You're going to make hundreds of pounds if you do sell that on.
Really?
Hundreds of pounds from that, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
If you have just tuned in, then we are joined by a brand new guest designer this evening. So Alyssa is joining us for the first time, and very experienced craft fair attendee. So if you've got any questions about craft fairs, you know, if you just want a bit of advice about pricing or different ways to attract sales to your store, then text them in and Alicia will do her best to help you out with those. Before we move on as well, just because I saw Sam, our tech ops, eyes light up when she came over to the desk then. Had you not seen these, Sam?
I've never seen them and I need them.
They are amazing. I want these. I don't really want to make any jewellery with them, I just want to own them.
Oh. So I'd like to do 2, one for the actual store and one for me.
One for the store, one for you. I mean,
not
that...
to sell, just to attract. Because if it attracts my eyes then, it will attract theirs.
Do you know what? That's a great point. Sam's already making good good points about craft fairs. She's already giving us some advice. What she's saying is, I saw you were like Roger Rabbit. Her eyes when she saw them, and she's saying if it made her eyes pop out, then she wants one on her stall to attract attention. So I'll tell you what, this has turned into a good theme for this evening, the craft fair theme. Don't forget to send your texts in, and my producer's going to do his best to get as many of those on screen this evening as we can. We're going to move on right now, and we're going to bring you what I believe is going to be a big seller in 2015. Just because through doing my own research I've seen a lot of neon apatite being used on the American market. I know that JewelleryMaker is actually becoming a lot more popular over in the States. We've got buyers over in New Jersey and Kentucky. Where else? We've got some other places in America. Oregon. That's where Bertha's got from, isn't it? Massachusetts, we've had buyers over there. So we're getting lots and lots of buyers over from America involved here in JewelleryMaker. We are a global company. You can see on our website all of the places we can ship to. And I just think that neon apatite is going to become more popular. The second it does, the price is going to go through the roof. Oh, I can't say for certain, but that's just the way things tend to go in the gemstone industry. faceted droplets, and I have to say once again, very, very significant carat weights on each and every gemstone, because you've got 45 carats on each strand here. We have created a double deal. This is kind of the ultimate bundle, if you like, because we have taken 2 of our strands, bundled them together, and we're about to take it down to a clearance price. Should be $39.90 per strand. So that's $19.95 per strand. Wow, buy one get one for £2 this evening. Now, Alicia, you're about to learn the drawback of being a guest designer on The Late Show. She's crying. She's walked out. She doesn't want to do it anymore. What you need is a buying signal. Do you have somebody at home who could purchase items for you when you're on the show?
I will think of someone.
Try and think of somebody, and then we'll come up with a buying signal for you.
Yes.
Maybe I could do some sort of dance like I do for...
Could you?
Well, when it's Sam and Sam's mum, just calm down. This is just an example. I have to do this when Sam wants something.
Very subtle, Ed.
Yeah, it's subtle. It's subtle. No one's gonna know. That's it. Look, she's scratching her nose now. Here we go. No, she. 21.95. No, I'm joking. Sam's mum. Oh no, she's not joking. She does want them. But it's buy one get one for £2. Your mum makes jewellery as well, so that means you can have one each. That means you're only paying £11 a strand when normally you pay $19.95. Amazing value. What I was thinking for Alicia, I might do a bit of.
Oh, that looks good.
Yeah, that's Alicia's buying signal. So once you worked out who's going to buy it for you, that's what we're going to do.
Right.
Okay, that's a clearance deal on neon apatite. I have to say, we see different varieties of apatite here on JewelleryMaker, but we don't see the very elusive neon tones very often.
That's
so
stunning.
at a clearance price of buy one, get one for £2, grab those while you can. We're moving on. We've got a lot of deals to get through, actually. Oh, I love these. Now, we've already talked about fool's gold this evening, beautiful pyrite. We were talking about it in reference to the inclusions that you find within Lapis Lazuli, but here it is in all its glory. Beautiful strands of pyrite. I love the cuts here. We don't see these faceted kind of wheels very often either. Certainly not in pyrite anyway. These are gorgeous, aren't they? Now, normally they're $17.90, $8.95 per strand. And actually, have a look at this, very natural colour tone that you've got in your pyrite here. We've seen a lot of the coated varieties that are, you know, they are popular with our designers, but, you know, if you are selling your designs at craft fairs, people might be more familiar with this colour tone. Oh, Alicia's reeling over there. She wishing she was at home, aren't you? What are we doing to her? Oh my word, and that's not even the price. I will say, these are pretty lengthy. 30 centimetre strands, and you get 2 of these. $11.95. Buy one, get one for £3. I'll tell you what these are perfect for. Little spacer beads in your designs. Everyone's reacting to your reaction. That was it. That was it. They were like, oh, she's not happy. What can I say? This happens quite frequently. When we have a designer on the show, we try to
tease them.
Yeah, well, we try to schedule items that we think will inspire you so that you can help the audience members out. Of course, you're sitting there thinking, I need that in my life.
Yeah, I'm sitting thinking simple leather strand with a nice, simple leather strand.
In fact, we've already had some of our guest designers texting in to say, I need that in my life.
See?
Gemma Crow's already been texting in. What do you think it was?
Well,
Gemma, can you clarify? Was it the Tanzanite? It's coming up at 8 PM. Faceted Tanzanite. Oh, half the stock of the Pyrite bundle has now been allocated. Clearance deals this evening here on The Late Show. That's what we're all about. Beautiful faceted Pyrite. Buy one, get one for £3 this evening. We're moving on. We've got another deal to bring you. Ooh, this is gorgeous. And I have to say, we have some designs that have been put together by our resident designers. Oh, phenomenal. We talked about using the yellow gold, maybe, you know, to impart luxury and opulence into your designs. Definitely something that we've played on here in Sue's designs. These are gorgeous. First design, and we almost don't see enough of these designs, with the top drill drops, classic solitaire ring, Love the way the little spacer beads have been used as accents, almost to create a floral finish, would you say? That is beautiful. Whenever I go to craft fairs, and if I'm driving past one and I see one, I definitely go in because I want to, you know, get an idea for what, you know, what's popular. It helps me, of course. I always see wirework rings flying off the stalls. They tend to be very popular, don't they?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you find rings are a big seller?
I do. And I think it can take minutes to make a really simple ring, and if it's packaged nicely, you can charge £9.99.
Right,
and
okay.
people can have a try of something you've made then.
Nice.
Nice pocket money prices, really.
That's
for
a
adults.
great point, of course, because you have minimal carat weight, not as much time to actually create the design, so that therefore you can afford to make your prices a little bit
Absolutely, and if you want to embellish, then you can charge a bit more.
There you go. This is fantastic with the gold, isn't it? Because you... Oh, hold on a second. I thought this was sunstone when I saw it down there, but it's actually peach moonstone. I can see the angirescence now as well, so you're getting this gorgeous optical effect as well. Oh, June's birthstone here. Probably the feminine variety, I would say, most of the time, because you've got those peachy apricot tones. And I've just discovered I've got another pair of birthstone cufflinks coming my way. I think these might be going missing at the end of the show. Have a look at this.
I'm not impressed.
Shameless, aren't I?
Yeah,
Shameless.
yeah.
Have a look at this. They're fantastic as cufflinks. I'll tell you what, there's a lot of people... actually, I'll tell you what, the peach tones with the charcoal colour. So anyway, I don't know where they went. Where did they go? Where's those cufflinks going? They've got... And look at this. This is a little bit more indulgent. Huge carat weight going into this one because I love the way these have been set to sit proud. They're top drill drops, but they're a little bit broader. They range in size from 6 to 9 millimeters. This is another double deal. And normally it'd be $8.95 per strand. We're not messing around tonight. Clearance deals. Buy one, get one for £2. Peach moonstone, and again, of course, a gemstone that has that optical property. I suppose that will attract attention at your craft fair stalls, won't it?
Oh, this is not fair.
I think we've really upset Alicia. Don't worry, we'll make it work.
Beautiful shape for making rings. Beautiful.
The top drill drop.
Yeah, absolutely.
It sits proud. It gives you a very traditional look, doesn't it?
Yeah, perfect. Perfect. That's just what you need.
There you go.
Yeah,
fantastic. So lots of people coming through for that one. I can see lots of familiar names this evening, so I think people are really trying to benefit from that 1p&p per day. It's a great way to do it, of course, especially if you tune into the late show, because I have to say, we're a little bit naughty with the prices here on the late show. We're not trying to devalue gemstones. We would never do anything like that, but we do want to make luxury gemstones as accessible as possible. A double deal on peach moonstone for $10.95. Buy one, get one for £2. Totally ridiculous. Moving on. Fitting as many deals as we can. Is it 15, did you say? Or 12, sorry. I'm just making things up now, aren't I? Here we go. Oh, I'll tell you what. Macrame bracelets or charm bracelets. These are perfect. And your colour tone of choice as well, the rose gold plating here. And actually these are rose gold flash sterling silver, just to clarify. I did say plating there. There's no real difference in the process that's used in plating or flash. It is just a technical term basically for the micron thickness that's used, so slightly thinner plating on your flash. It is 925 sterling silver, so you've got premium metals and then you've got precious metals on top. Rose gold, flash, sterling silver. These are the kind of Rondelles I always make the same reference when I talk about these, and it's only because I'm bitter about the prices I've paid in the high street charm shop in the past. Do you know about this, Alicia?
No, tell me. Tell me more.
Don't.
What have you done?
You're opening up old wounds here.
Pandora's box.
She's good. She's good. Yes,
Go
you
on,
are
Ed,
opening
tell
Pandora's
us.
box.
Come on, Ed.
2 charms, £140.
Ooh.
You've set me off now. They're saying don't get him started.
Sorry.
And you can imitate the looks for a fraction of the cost here at JewelleryMaker. Right, we've got to move past this, Ed. We need like a couch in here that I can lie down and just talk about.
Tell us
these
all about
prices,
it,
yeah.
Ed.
$15.90 should be your price. So normally you get 5. We've doubled it up, so you're going to get 10 this evening. So it should be $7.95. Really? Normally it's $7.95. What do you mean? You get 10, right? Yeah. So it's less than £1. Well, you get 10 and you've taken it to $8.95. Oh, sorry, I'm so silly, aren't I? I was thinking he was going to take it to $9.95 because he was saying you get 1 for £1. What he meant is you get a whole pack for £1. Buy 1, get 1 for £1, because you normally get 5 individual rondelles in each. Either way, it's a great deal. So if you think about it, each rose gold, flash, sterling, silver rondelle, individually, it's less than 1 for £1. But if you think about it in terms of the price you normally pay per pack, it's buy 1, get 1 for £1. Wow. Either way you look at it, it's value that is unthinkable for precious metals. Even I'm shocked at that one. You know, I know how we source gemstones here because I've worked for the company for such a long time, but you know, the sourcing of precious metals is a little bit removed from anything I've been involved in here at JewelleryMaker, so I'm always shocked at the prices, because we know the prices for precious metals can fluctuate from day to day. But if you do, for example, deal with, you know, a lot of people deal with selling their old gold now, don't they, and taking their precious metals, and they'll get certain prices for, you know, family heirlooms. People are parting with the cash because, well, they probably need the money, I suppose. But the prices that they're offered per gram, I mean, you wouldn't expect to see these prices from a retailer. But of course, we are aiming to be your one-stop shop. We're aiming to give you wholesale prices, and I feel pretty confident that's what we're doing there. Amazing. Okay, we're going to move on. Oh yeah, I love these. This is probably one of my favourite strands of Labradorite we've seen for some time. And that is saying something, because the quality of our Labradorite here at JewelleryMaker is out of this world. It's gone through the roof actually over the last 12 months. We've always been successful in sourcing this gemstone, but I remember a time when you know, we were really struggling to show you the Labradorescence in our studios. Maybe when we were around the corner in the other studio and the lighting. Actually, I think the lighting was even better in that studio, you know, for gemstones. I think that we're at a disadvantage now, but it doesn't seem to affect it because the quality is so high. I mean, this particular strand, for me, again, we saw some of these colour tones yesterday, almost like a silver base tone to the gemstone, but the Labradorescence, it is, I mean, hold on, I hope I'm able to show you this. Can you see this? There you go. I can see a rainbow, see a rainbow. I'm trying to sound out of tune, of course. Look at that. I told you. Oh, wow. Look at this. Lilac Labradorescence. This is an amazing strand of Labradorite. I am astounded. We're used to seeing the blues and the greens, aren't we? But pinks and purples. I love that rainbow. And actually, because Labradorite is often associated with kind of unisex designs as well, isn't it? So you can use this in gents pieces as well as feminine designs. So I'm thinking maybe like a little tie pin, something like that. Be a nice little luxury item. What are you thinking when you look at this, Alicia?
I'm not made tie pins, but I do love to see Labradorite with pearls. Because you know the peacock pearls that you had earlier?
I was just thinking, I've made great colour tone.
Yeah. Just they're perfect partners. They're perfect partners. They really are.
They're partners in crime. And actually, the shape's quite similar. The colour tones on the Labradorite similar to the pearlescence.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Gorgeous.
Okay.
Gorgeous.
I want to see some designs on the Wall of Fame if people are grabbing both these. We're going to have to show you the should-be price for this strand of Labradorite. We're going to honour the original launch price on this strand.
Go on.
For the last in stock, down to $7.95. Wow, this is really coming to life here. Even here in our studio, it's going to look even better when you get it home. Look at that. And actually, I think the faceting here is benefiting the way the Labradorite's moving across the surface of the gemstone. Wow, this has probably been the most popular strand of the hour so far. I have to say the website has erupted with people adding this to their basket. Make sure you check it out, because I've also got a queue on the free phone number. I think it's that rainbow of Labradoresses there. Look at that.
I think it's the price.
Look at that. I am falling in love with it. Okay, we are now approaching limited availability on that strand. Please make sure you're checking out. And that's another big money maker at the craft fairs from what I hear. Yeah, Labradorite, big seller. The optical effect, but also the versatility, creating both luxury designs for ladies and for gents. Okay, we're going to leave it at $7.95 for the next 60 minutes, or more likely, while stocks last. So get checking out your basket. In the meantime, we'll bring you another star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker time for another star buy, and on this occasion we are bringing you essential findings. So if there are any sort of craft fair designers out there who really feel like they need to expand their sort of collection of JewelleryMaker, the suites that you offer your customers, this is a great way to do it, because of course when you're working with the gold plated copper, it means that you can create maybe more affordable designs. You know, Alicia was sort of talking earlier about offering designs at pocket money prices to get people in, to get the ball rolling, I suppose. And then once you've built up a level of trust with your customers, then you can start showing them more of your showcase pieces. Is that a good way to work?
Yeah, and I think people come back to you again.
Yeah.
And they say, can you make me this? Can you do that for me?
That's when you get your personal commissions.
That's it.
That's good, you see. I'm learning as well.
Oh, it's clever.
Yeah, you see. And of course, you do need your essential findings. You're going to find it hard to create classic jewellery designs without your findings. And here, we have created a double deal, but on essential findings. So there's a lot going on with this. So it's actually, I think, is it 2 different findings packs that have been bundled together here, isn't it? Right, okay, yes. So you get one that has 120 pieces, one that has 118. So you're getting well over 200 pieces on this particular pack. And that means, of course, that you're getting 2 lengths of chain. Great, because you've got slight variation in the chain. This one has a slightly different finish. You've got a finer oval link chain, and then you've got a more kind of a robust looking oval link chain. They look similar on screen, but when you see them in the flesh, you'll understand the slight variation there. And of course, it's these subtle differences that allow you to create bespoke designs, and I think that is you know, a key factor when you're selling your designs particularly. And lots of detailing on these findings as well. This is fantastic. For example, the head pins have got this floral finish to them. I mean, there was a time when designers told me that you could only get flat head pins, and people were getting excited about the ball head pins, but to see the floral finish, that's really adding something to your designs, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. You've not got a lot left to do when you've got something like that on the bottom.
Good point.
It's just a finishing point.
Yeah, it becomes a feature, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Attention to detail is key, of course, when you're selling your designs. Look at this sort of brushed metal work there, again adding texture, adding detail to your designs. Lots of people are coming through at the price point that you would have to pay if this wasn't a star buy double deal. On top of that, you do get head pins, crimp beads, jump rings, spacer beads. You've got your feather head pins as well as your larger head pins. You've got fancy earring findings as well as classic shepherd hooks. Over 200 pieces of gold plated copper findings here. Should be $25.90, but that's not a star buy price. How about buy 1 pack, get 1 pack for £1? I'm just going to duck before Alicia throws something at me. Blame producer Liam. He's in charge of all the prices tonight, and he's taking this one down to a real clearance deal. So normally it'd be $12.95 per pack. Tonight, buy 1, get 1 for £1. That's amazing, isn't it? That's a kind of like stocking filler price, isn't it?
That's an insulting price, that.
It's an offensive price. That's what it is. Yeah. Well, you know what? It's a great opportunity, of course, for you to stock up. You know, maybe over the Christmas break, you are planning to. Maybe you're planning to sort of expand your jewellery suite for the craft fairs in the new year. Or maybe you are just a hobbyist and this is going to be your opportunity to be a little more self-indulgent, create some designs so you can improve your collection for the new year. Stock up on your findings while you can, especially at a clearance price. Buy one, get one for £1 and you can see everything you're going to get there on screen. It's almost too much to read out because I'd be here till about 6:30 and we've got a lot of deals to bring you before then. You can see the toggle clasps, the earring findings, the head pins, the chains. I mean, 2 metre lengths of chain for £13.95 might be considered a good price from other suppliers, but not here and not on the Late Show. A star buy price, double trouble deal on your findings packs. Buy one, get one for £1. Should be £12.95 each. £13.95 for both this evening, and again that will be available for the next 60 minutes. In the meantime, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back in 2 and we'll be inching ever closer to the launch of that Tanzanite. I'll show you after the break, so don't go away.
Mike, we need to come up with a really good Christmas message for the viewers, but I've got no ideas. What on earth are we going to do?
I don't know, but, you know, Kim and Amelia are meant to be here doing it with us, so...
That's true. Where are those guys? Oh, sorry, hang on. Hello? Hi, Claire! Oh, hi, Amelia. Where are you and Kim? You're meant to be helping us. Oh, but we're in the North Pole. You're at the North Pole? The North Pole? What? Okay, well, we need to come and join you. Oh, wicked. Look forward to seeing you. Okay, give us 2 seconds and we'll be there. Oh! This is a lot better. Much better idea, but it's a bit cold. Should we just get on with the message? Let's do it. Okay. Merry Christmas, Jewellery Makers!
Join resident designer Sheila for our Bridal Headwear for Beginners DVD. Sheila will guide you through an array of beautiful bridal designs, including a pearl tiara, the star hair cone, a twisted spiral tiara, and much more. This DVD is packed full of inspiration and helpful hints and tips. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Where is everyone?
What have you come dressed as?
We're doing the princess thing.
No, we're doing the best Christmas story ever.
What?
I thought we were doing the reindeer thing.
What reindeer thing?
Yeah, the reindeer thing. We're going to ride reindeers. It's going to put them in afterwards.
Oh, okay.
I thought I was supposed to be Jolly Saint Nick, and we're doing Rudolph the Ruby-Nosed Reindeer.
What? We're not doing Ruby.
Yeah, we're doing Rudolph.
What are you doing? I told everybody to have one advert within this, not one each. What are you all doing? Okay, guys, I'll tell you what then. Why don't we do just a simple Merry Christmas to the camera? Very easy. How about that?
Okay.
Yeah,
as soon as we've established that we're doing Rudolph the Ruby-Nosed Reindeer.
That's ridiculous. Okay, guys, on 3, you're going to wish Merry Christmas to 1, really good. 3,
Merry Christmas, Jewellery Makers! So let's go anyway.
It's going to be awesome. It's going to be...
I agree with the reindeer. Coming up at around about 8 PM this evening, I would almost go as far as to describe this as a super duper star buy. We're going to launch that just after 8 PM. I have to warn you, it is limited edition, so we've got fewer than 100 of those. I think we've got around about 80 strands basically, so I would suggest that you get on the phones very, very quickly for that one. I think around about 5 or 6 of them are already allocated because I showed it to the ladies in the workshop earlier today, and they were all saying, we'll be racing home for that one. Obviously at 70 miles an hour. I mean, they've seen the length. And just look at that. It's mesmerising. Look at this. Over 40 centimetres in length on that particular strand of Tanzanite. Faceted Rondelles. Everyone was astounded when I took it into the workshop room earlier. I think it's going to be a sellout deal, especially when you see the price point. Amazing price for how much Tanzanite you've actually got there. Of course, it is this month's birthstone. In fact, one lady did say that she's been snapping up Tanzanite left, right and centre because it's her birthstone. It's her birthday on Monday, so she's going to make a piece of jewellery for herself, which is quite a nice idea, isn't it? Okay, we're also joined by the lovely Orissa this evening, who is new to us. If you've just tuned in, you all right over there?
Thank you.
Creating some designs over there?
Well, I'm trying.
Why not? Why not? So we'll have some inspiration from Orissa throughout the show, and of course, we've already learnt that Orissa goes to a lot of craft fairs. In fact, she left a craft fair, came in, she's going back to one tomorrow. Yes. So if you've got any questions regarding craft fairs, text them in. The number is 60777, or alternatively you can message in via the website if you want a little bit of advice, or maybe you've just got a question about how to get involved in craft fairs, then text soon. This will try and help you out. Coming up in the next hour, we have got some beautiful strands. These are the, this is a multicoloured moonstone, isn't it? Wow. Love that. We've also got your black rutile quartz with a twist. I'll talk about that in more detail shortly. And then I love this, a beautiful Peruvian opal. Nice combination, actually, those together. I like that. Those are coming up throughout the hour, but right now we're going to start with this rather intriguing tool. And we all know tools are cool. Very, very popular items here at JewelleryMaker. This is the wooden dapping block. Have you seen this, Orissa?
No.
Have you ever used it now?
No. I need to use it.
Yeah? What would you, what's the first thing you'd create with this then?
Well, first of all, I'd have to know what it did.
Ah, right, okay. So I think the idea behind it is that you can take the sheet metal and create, you can create kind of domed effects. So you can create your own sort of metal cabochons, but also with these items, you can texture them.
Very contemporary look, just a single gemstone glued in.
Nice.
Single chain.
You can almost glue a cabochon onto your metalwork after you textured it.
Yeah.
That'd be
beautiful.
Gorgeous.
Beautiful.
Yeah. And you've got a variety of different sizes and dimensions on the dapping block itself, and then you get the tools as well, so that you can create different textures because you've got the little dome effect there. You've got this. I think with the new sort of the new sheets of metal that you can use, I think Gemma Crow's been using this heavily in her designs, and we know how popular Gemma's designs are. Absolutely beautiful, and it's going to come to you at an add it to your order price this evening of $4.95. And of course, I think during the week when Debbie did her metal stamping special, she was using her dapping block, wasn't she? I love the idea of metal stamping. It's such a powerful concept, isn't it, to individualise your jewellery designs and also give your customers a chance maybe to provide you with their own personal sentiments. And this just helps to, I suppose, take it to that next level because you can texture the metal work, and I suppose you can really take it in a variety of different directions. $4.95 is the price point this evening, and they are flying out the door as you'd expect. Wow, lots and lots of people placing that in their basket at JewelleryMaker.com, and it looks like we might have a short queue on the free phone number as well. I suppose if you've already got your order up and running and you want to benefit from the 1 P&P per day offer here at JewelleryMaker, that's the perfect item, isn't it, at just $4.95. So if you want to add that to your order, it will be available on our website for the next 60 minutes. We're going to move on. Goes here. And we're going to grab... Ooh, these are gorgeous. Is this red agate? I love this gemstone. It's grown on me more and more recently. And I think maybe it's because of some of the concepts we were talking about earlier this year, you know, adding that kind of richness and warmth to your designs.
Yeah, yeah.
It's almost, I always think of them almost like lava tones, aren't they? Because you get the orange and the ruby reds that all sort of swirl together in the banding, don't they?
I've seen some very old designs using that, fetching huge prices.
Yeah, oh really?
Yeah, yeah. You know, just when you watch TV, you'll see it in some of these older programmes. You know,
Oh yes, yes, I have seen that.
Yeah, some
Yeah.
of the antique-y type.
Yeah, I
things.
know the ones where people are getting valuations for heirlooms,
yes,
and I have to
that's
say,
the
a
one.
lot of the jewelry ones do intrigue me, because when they're talking about sterling silver and certain gemstones, and I think,
They were really
hold on a
hard.
second, I just had some of that on the back of my hand for $6.95 last night.
Yeah, yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah.
And they're charging a lot of money. Fetching
Absolutely.
a lot of money for them.
I guess so, who knows, your designs may have that kind of inherent value in the future.
Oh, you never know.
You never know. That's the kind of concept to hold on to, isn't it, when you're creating jewellery designs? And I have to say, these kind of trapezoid shapes are also going to be very useful in design, aren't they? They have that kind of natural drop style to them because of the way that they are top drilled. I mean, the banding is just exceptional. And actually, this could be kind of a design in its own right, because you've got the spacer beads in between, little individual spacers.
Yeah.
It means that you get over 500 carats on this strand alone.
Yeah.
Amazing. It's actually quite Art Deco almost, isn't it, the actual effect you get?
It is, it is. You could even just do one and use a little bit of wire wrapping around it, and that's it.
Absolutely, they're 26 by 20 mils in dimension, so you've got a large enough surface area to do a little bit of wire wrapping, maybe, you know, just that little flourish, that little bit of detailing that will enhance the look of the gemstone. And again, this will go with any metal tone, your coppers, your antique bronze, your gold. It's all going to work on this backdrop of the red agate. Over 500 carats, and here comes your price point. Wow. We're not messing around tonight. We said we'd find out it to your order prices. That's our remit here on The Late Show. Once you've been inspired, we are going to find out it to your order price, and that's exactly what we're doing now. Over 500 carats of red agate, but for $6.95. I'm just going to hold this out so you can get an idea of the way it actually hangs, because, I mean, that in itself is beautiful, isn't it? I really think all you've got to do is add a clasp to that. You really don't need to go overboard. You can just keep it quite simple. The design is pretty much done for you, and the variations that Mother Nature's placed on each of the gemstones in terms of the banding becomes the design, if you like.
Yeah.
That becomes the unique part of the piece. I don't think I could get away with it, but I'm pretty sure you could. Absolutely gorgeous. We're going to leave that one with you at $6.95. Wow, again, lots of people coming through for that one. We're very, very busy tonight. This one I think it is probably another of the more well-known gemstones because it's so identifiable. Heavily used on the high street, of course. Beautiful onyx. You know, we were talking earlier about the high street charm stores. They use a lot of onyx in their designs as well. But actually, I mostly associate onyx with top-end designers, because when I was on Gems TV, I used to do a lot of research into luxury design. So if you think about the likes of Chopard's and Gucci and Cartier, they often set onyx into yellow gold because it has that beautiful opulence that we were discussing earlier, the black and the gold. It's a classic combination, isn't it? And it's often onyx that features in those designs. I mean, Cartier famously set onyx with diamonds as well, don't they? So, you know, it is a gemstone that is associated with luxury elegance. And here you've got faceted drops as well, so you've got that fantastic luster that's associated with the gemstone. 65 carats in total, coming from our Gems of Distinction range. 9 by 6 mil. ranging up to 15 by 7 mil in size. Now, as I say, comes from our Gems of Distinction range, best possible quality onyx that we can source for you. Coming in the traditional black tone, we have seen variations here on JewelleryMaker, and producer Liam is determined to give you the lowest possible price on every single strand that he can this evening. So it's already available for $7.95, but he's taking another £1 off the price. Can't say fairer than that. That's the lowest price that we can give you on genuine gemstones here at JewelleryMaker, and if that's as low as we can go, then that's exactly where we'll take it. I don't really like the term should be price, because there's no way this should be $7.95, but to get it for $6.95, I have to say it's pretty much a no-brainer for a lot of jewellery designers. That's why I've got people multi-buying this. Now we've got this frosted clear quartz coming up later in the show. How about this for a combination? Because we saw how effective the monochrome looks can be right at the top of the show. Do you like that, Alicia? Is that good?
It's beautiful. I think it's the juxtaposition of the...
Yeah, I do like that.
You've got one really frosted and you've got one really high gloss.
Absolutely.
You might have to have a think about how you're going to put them together, but definitely they'd work.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? When you've got two gemstones that offer you such a great amount of contrast, it actually makes both gemstones very prominent within your design. And as you say, it depends on how you're going to set them into the design, but that is the beauty of jewellery making.
Oh, yeah, that's the journey.
Having a little play.
Yeah.
I always say this, and it always makes Mark Smith chuckle, and I'm not entirely sure why, but I always say you're only ever limited by your own creativity.
Fair point.
Okay, we have got a question for you actually. Somebody's texted in, one of our lovely viewers. So. Oh, okay. Ah, right, okay, so we think this is Sammy's friend from last night. So Alexandra and Sammy work together. And it says, hi guys, what does Alicia find sells best at craft fairs? Both gems and items. So I'll be interested to know, thanks. So,
okay.
What's the favourite gemstone, and then what's the favourite kind of pieces?
Often what sells really well at craft stores are things that you know a little bit about, like, for example, Unikite.
Right, okay.
Because it's unusual, and Labradorite.
Yes, absolutely.
Because you've got something to say about it. But it's often what you put at the front of the stalls as well to catch people's eyes, and then, you know, if you've made some outstanding pieces, people will walk by, they'll come back and have another look.
So is it the wow factor that gets people involved?
Yeah, yeah. So, and I think it changes seasonally as well.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So you might choose to approach craft fairs from a seasonal point of view. So maybe, would you suggest having the pastel tones in the springtime and the warmer colours in the winter, that kind of thing?
You see, you've done this before, haven't you?
I'm on to a winner tonight. I tell you what, Alicia can definitely come back if she's agreeing with me.
And people look for your jaspers and your pyrites and all those types of things.
So do you think the more familiar people are with gemstones, the more comfortable they are with making a purchase? Is that?
Sometimes, but also sometimes when you have that little bit of knowledge, and that is what this channel's fantastic for. Okay. Giving you some of that product knowledge that you can pass on and share and be enthused about with your customers.
Knowledge is power, guys.
Yeah.
So there you go. If you do, you know, impart a little bit of knowledge about the gemstones, again, that puts people's minds at rest. They think, I suppose they feel more confident because they think, oh, this person knows what they're doing.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. And they're passionate about it. They believe in it, you know?
Yes, absolutely. We talked about that with Sammy yesterday. You know, the more passion you put into your selling, the more comfortable your customers are with parting with their cash, because they can see your passion comes through.
Yeah, yeah.
There you go. Lots of people placing that black onyx in their baskets. We've gone global on that deal, actually. So we've got buyers from Almeria, from Texas, in the States, and of course the length and breadth of the UK. So congratulations if you got hold of that one. We're going to move on to our next deal. Oh, I love these. Fantastic cuts on, I mean, what I would describe as jewellery quality gemstones. I mean, you're probably going to have a little bit of a think about how you're going to set these into designs. Might be that you can create a beautiful wire setting. You might want to set them into, say, silver clay, for example. Maybe you already have some sterling silver prong sets available, like the bezel sets that were pre-made, and you've got some in your stash. Have a look at this. I mean, actually, I'll tell you what, bridal designs, crying out for this. I'm going to be really, really careful with this. I don't know where the claw is. I'm just going to hold it. It's large enough for me to hold. They're all 12 millimeters. I mean, the clarity on this gemstone is phenomenal. It'd have to be, wouldn't it? Because, oh, goodness me, that's what I was trying to avoid. You can see why Quartz has such a high scale on the Mohs rating now, thanks to me. Yeah, I haven't done any damage, but look at that. I mean, actually, do you know what? It's almost a traditional kind of, if you ask somebody to draw a gemstone or a diamond, this is the shape that you'd expect people to actually come up with, isn't it? And there's a lot of depth to the gemstone itself. I mean, if I was setting this into, say, a solitaire ring, for example, I'd want an open gallery, not just to let the light through, but also to show how beautiful the gemstone is from all angles. It is faceted to perfection. Look at that. And that shows you the depth of the gemstone, but you want that kind of traditional kaleidoscope effect from inside the gemstone, don't you, as well? Love the way the light passes through. It's just gorgeous.
Yeah.
How would you set this into a design? Are the cogs turning as we speak?
I'm just thinking some of our fantastic designers that have done using wire, but using sterling silver wire, you could actually make that bezel and do something where all the light was flooding through. So you haven't got to tamper too much with things like, you know, your silver clay. If you don't know what to do, you can just buy those off the channel, can't you?
Oh, I mean, the classic little prong sets and the little bezel, I mean, they're perfect for this if you've got the one with the right dimensions.
I think Sammy's done some, hasn't she? Some
absolutely.
Of the DVDs.
Yeah, oh, you're right, yeah. I mean, a lot of the wire work techniques will allow you to create a
very
beautiful
professional
setting.
Finish,
I mean, some people might choose to invest in these to have in their personal collection. I mean, maybe if there's a way to create a droplet style setting for a tiara or a headdress, for certain bridal designs, I think these would be amazing, wouldn't they?
And they're worth buying for a later time when you have practiced.
When the commission comes through and when you've got the skills in your repertoire.
That's it. While the prices are reasonable, as they are.
We're going to try to show you this from all angles because we really want to get to the heart of what's been achieved here. I mean, in all honesty, I think the Lapidorist has done a fantastic job. A lot of people will be familiar with Quartz again. It's quite a traditional gemstone that a lot of people are aware of. Nothing to do with me. Pete, I don't think you've made the final two. In fact, you're fired. Yes, that was an accident. There you go. Okay, amazing. We're going to have a look at the current price for this strand. Well, I say strand, they're 3 individual cuts. You don't just get one, you do get 3 pieces. They come in this beautiful little presentation box. And we are going to give you a price reduction this evening. You'll see how it comes, presented very beautifully there. Oh, sorry. Whoa, massive reduction, under £20 there, so down from £27.95 to £19.95. As I say, if you've got bridal commissions in the offing, grab these while you can. £19.95, amazing. 13 carats across 3 gemstones, so that means that you're getting 4.33 carats on each gemstone. Wow, that is hefty. I'm impressed with that. I mean, it might be that you want to add those to your personal collection. As I say, they do come in a beautiful little presentation box. They come from our Gem Collector range, so if you do want to get hold of those, they're available right now for £19.95, but they're only available at that price for the next 60 minutes. I mean, you could Do you know what? It's funny you say that, because I was thinking setting them with the black onyx, because we were talking about the monochrome designs, but now that you've said that, I want to use the Tanzanite as well. My producer's giving me lots of design ideas here, Alicia.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, I'll tell you what. Sometimes the gemstones just inspire, don't they? That's the bottom line. 1995 for that particular strand. Keep saying that collection of gemstones. And I did just show you Tanzanite. You might have just tuned in. It's coming up at around about 8 PM. It's our superstar buy. And it's a 48 centimetre strand of Tanzanite, faceted rondelles.
Stunning.
We only have a limited number, so the second the graphics hit the screen, start dialing to get involved. Put yourself to the front of the queue, because, of course, if you miss it, you miss out! Pete's on the floor shouting. He didn't even get on screen. It's not very often Pete doesn't get on screen. Right, okay, we're moving on. We're going to give you another deal before our next star buy. Oh, I like these. These are gorgeous. And again, I would probably suggest that this is a design in its own right, because of the fantastic graduation on the actual strand. They range from 6mm up to 16mm in size. They have a real sort of oceanic feel to them, despite the fact they're fire agate.
Oh, they're pretty.
Yeah, blue fire agate. Amazing. Love the banding. Again, this is what I think makes agate so popular here at JewelleryMaker, because people are interested in creating bespoke designs, one of a kinds, of course, and the banding on the agates allows you to know that they are truly unique designs, don't they? Do you find that that's a big draw at your craft fairs, people saying that they want a one-off piece?
They do, yeah. They say something unique, something different. You won't find this somewhere else. And of course they're right, you won't, because it's a designer, your input on that piece of jewellery.
So you've got your own creative input, your own personality, if you like, into the design.
Absolutely.
And then, of course, if you're working with genuine gemstones, particularly sort of like a banded gemstone, or something with rutilations, for example, you know that Mother Nature's never going to make two that are identical.
Yeah, yeah. And blue's a very fashionable colour.
Absolutely, one of the most popular colour tones in fashion, of course. And it works with so many different colour tones and metallic tones, of course. Blues goes very well.
Rose gold again.
Rose gold again. There you go. You're speaking my language, because I love rose gold.
It's divine.
But also, you know, if you did want to create more sort of seasonal pieces, like we're talking about, maybe silvers with the blues for the winter time, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Already a lot of people getting involved on this deal. Over 250 carats on the strand. The graduation is what I think is going to be a massive draw for a lot of people, along with the faceting. And here comes your price point. It's another add it to your order price, just $6.95. The reason we talk about add it to your order price is regular viewers are well aware of this, but you only pay 1 P&P per day here at JewelleryMaker. So if you've already started your order, you can take advantage of these rock bottom prices. All right, no need for that, boys. $6.95 for over 250 carats. Now, just before we brought you this particular deal, there was an eruption of laughter from the gallery. I can hear my producer and my director, you see. What's so funny? Right. Oh. Somebody is just chuckling at my reaction to the almost perfectly cut clear quartz going for a burn off the desk. I think the little disc hit the background on the Lazy Susan, it knocked it off, and the shock on my face was rather amusing, so I hope you're enjoying that. You can catch up on all our shows on our YouTube channel, of course, and I'll tell you what, if you think it's funny when I'm shocked, let's shock all of you right now with the star buy price. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy deal, and on this occasion we have created a wholesale bundle. So we've taken 2 strands from our website, both very popular, and we've created a discount code, if you like, and it's only going to be available for 60 minutes, but it actually means you buy one, you get one free. I wish I hadn't done that now. I always do it and then I always regret it almost instantly. Have a look at this. I have to say, this is some of the highest quality carnelian I think I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker. Fantastic consistency of colour. You do get subtle variations from gemstone to gemstone, but I have to say, look at this beautiful, rich, almost tangerine-like saturation of colour on each and every gemstone. This is the colour tone that you would traditionally associate with carnelian, and if you do tend to favour the kind of folklore that's attached to gemstones, carnelian is thought to be a gemstone that promotes creativity within the wearer, so maybe this would be a good gemstone for jewellery makers to wear as designers. Maybe. Yes. Who knows? Wouldn't suggest you buy it for that reason, but if it's something you're interested in, and it might be a good investment, who knows? And then, of course, we've teamed it up with these gorgeous golden tones from your Pyrite. These are faceted, top-drilled Pyrite, sort of pear-shaped drops, if you like, and so it really allows that metallic shimmer that you get from the gemstone to, again, you know, come to the forefront of your design. And I really love the combination of the warmth of those carnelian tones with the Pyrite drop. We are going to give you an incredible deal this evening. Basically, you're going to get your Pyrite free of charge. Actually, Orissa has put together a design featuring this particular bundle. There you go. And you've set it into kind of rose gold chain, is that right? I love the warmth that you get from that rose gold chain. So yeah, Orissa, our brand new designer, with us for the first time this evening, and created a bit of inspiration. So what were you thinking when you got hold of this bundle then?
It's not quite finished, but
okay.
But I've just quickly put it together. I think it's got such rich colours that it's very warm. Hence, I put a little bit of garnet with it, because I think they're married together so well. Yeah. And with the rose gold again. So, yeah,
why not?
I'm such a fan.
That's a gorgeous combination, isn't it? We do have a garnet bundle coming up later in the show. That's January's birthstone, of course. It could be a good time to stock up on your garnet, particularly if you've got craft fairs in the new year. Birthstone jewellery is always popular, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Carnelian and Pyrite, both faceted top drill drops here, and if you were to buy them any other time, it would be $26.90. But as part of this particular star buy opportunity, we're going to take it down to buy one, get one free. So buy the carnelian and you're going to get the Pyrite for free. There you go. So $19.95. The carnelian's $19.95 any other time, and the Pyrite is $7.95. So you can have the Pyrite free as part of this bundle. Can't go wrong there, can you? Modern Magic is the name of this particular collection. I have to say, it is actually quite a contemporary combination, isn't it, when you think about the kind of tangerine tones, the vibrancy that you get from the carnelian. Regular viewers know my theory on orange gemstones. I just think they're kind of multi-seasonal. Orissa, I think they go through the seasons, they always work. Yeah, whether you're adding warmth, vibrancy, whether you need an accent to your pastel tones, they always tend to work for me.
Yeah, absolutely. Put a nice bit of shell with that in the summer.
And producer Liam says he wants to see a look of shock on my face, so he's gone even lower. $17.95. Don't rewind that one, that wasn't very attractive at all. $17.95, that's just to make it even better, really, to give you an even greater reduction. So if you want to grab that one, it's only available at that price for the next 60 minutes. Grab it while you can. There's lots of people placing that in your basket, so make sure you are checking out on that particular deal. Normally the carnelian alone is $19.95, but tonight you can have the carnelian and the Pyrite for $17.95. Can't say fairer than that. We're going to move on, and we're now going to bring you oh, what is that? But what should it be? Ah, right, okay, that's right. It's on the T-bar. Here we go. Now this is rutile quartz which, you know, again, we've always been quite successful in sourcing this, but maybe not in such large carat weights. And this has got a subtle variation. It's got this kind of beautiful kind of forest green or moss green tones to it. It's actually called moss rutile quartz. It gives it a whole new dimension, in my opinion. I'm just going to show you this one particular piece. Actually, you can see this huge kind of inclusion that runs through the gemstone with that forest green coming through, that moss green. Do you know what? Director Bruce just said the exact same thing that I thought when I saw it. It looks like a lightning bolt running down the centre of the gemstone, so you can make a real feature of that, and they're certainly large enough to be used as pendants, aren't they? Again, you've got the inclusions that make them all very, very individual. I love that. It's gorgeous, isn't it? These are tourmaline inclusions that you find inside the quartz that create the rutilations. Some people actually refer to it as tourmalated quartz, in fact. Over 200 carats on this strand, and we've got elongated pairs here. I mean, I would definitely look at these and see pendants, in my opinion. I suppose you could use them as cabochons, could you?
I would have, yeah, absolutely. Either or.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, these are a wire worker's dream, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah, they're beautiful.
They're faceted beautifully as well, so they really sparkle from one angle, and then you get the lustre as well, because you've got those monochrome combinations on each gemstone. But then you do get that little hint of moss green coming through as well, so it's really interesting, actually, isn't it?
It is a very interesting look.
Yeah.
Very interesting look. And I'm also thinking that tourmaline has it's such an interesting gemstone.
Yeah.
To have it encased in there, you know, if you have time to have a little look on the net, what tourmaline means and stands for, it's
yeah. No, you're right, actually. That's a great way of describing it. I've never heard that way of describing it, but basically rutilated quartz is tourmaline encased in quartz. That's a nice way of describing it, actually. I like that. They do range in size here, so you've got graduation from 20 by 14 to 34 by 23, and I did promise you that producer Liam would take each and every strand as low as he possibly could. This is no exception. Gems of Distinction strand, normally available for $27.95. He's not going to stay there. Really? There you go. He's put £10 back in your pocket this evening. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 8 on this strand. I mean, you might find slight variations. You might get 7, you might get 9 or 10. You're always going to get 245 carats. I mean, effectively, you've got 8 pendants or 8 cabochons. $17.95, a £10 saving. Check out the effect that you've got there with the way it's been faceted. That's fantastic, isn't it?
beautiful quality.
Very lustrous.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to leave that one with you at the clearance price point of $17.95. Moving on. Now this is the frosted quartz that I teamed up with the Spinel earlier this evening. Onyx earlier this evening. You can understand when you see the luster on the black onyx why I might have mistaken it for black Spinel, but have a look at that. If you got hold of the onyx, start dialing right now. You've got 500 carats of clear quartz here, and these have again quite a distinctive finish to them, don't they, because of that frosting there. It just gives it kind of almost an icy finish to me. It's an interesting texture as well, because they feel a little different to other gemstones because of the frosted technique rather than the traditional polishing technique. They're quite tactile, have a little bit of texture to them. I love this strand.
It's beautiful. I also make little novelty earrings, and that would be perfect snowman body.
I was just thinking snowman, yeah.
Snowman body. With Mckay heads. Beautiful.
That's a great idea.
Beautiful, yeah.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah.
Do you find those are big sellers, I suppose, anything with a little bit of character?
Yeah, absolutely. People walk past the stall and stop for that. Oh, novelty earrings. We want some of those. Have them for the office party.
What's he called? Sam? He's not called Elsa. He's not called Sven, is he? Snowman. Olaf. Olaf earrings. My producer's very excited about that. I don't think Disney lawyers are going around the regional craft fairs. You'll be alright. Okay, they're not called Olaf. They're just generic snowmen earrings.
But if
just
you
in case, I would never suggest that you infringe on copyright in that way.
Oh no, I do use some beautiful colours that are very similar that you provide us with. The you know, same colourways.
Just let it go, Alyssa.
Yeah.
I promised I wouldn't crack that again. 500 carats on this particular strand, 14 millimetres in size. Let's have a look at our price point this evening. $11.95, or rather the price you should be paying for this strand. We're going to give you the equivalent of your P&P back in your pocket this evening. I mean, I would say there's a lot of jewellery designers that are going to see this as a must-have because of the neutrality of the gemstone and the significance of the size. 14 millimetre rounds, $8.95. There you go. It's amazing for the carat weight.
Brilliant price. Brilliant.
You know what Helena would say if she was producing the show? I bet you can't get 500 real carats for that price. She says it every time. Not worth these shops anyway. $8.95 for 500 carats of frosted clear quartz. That's amazing, isn't it? I'm so impressed with the clearance prices this evening. I know what these producers are like. They're very, very competitive. Now that to say, you know, if I start winding him up and saying, oh yeah, Helen always took these prices really low. That's why he's going so low, you see. That's why we're getting such good deals. Most salespeople, in any other company, salespeople try to outdo each other by charging the highest prices, but not here at JewelleryMaker. The producers want to see how low they can go. $8.95 is the clearance price for that strand. We're going to move on. See ya. Oh, look at this. Gorgeous multicoloured moonstone. June's birthstone. Again, it's one of those gemstones that has kind of multiple sales angles, I suppose, because it's got that optical effect known as adulorescence. Because you've got the white moonstone and the peach moonstone here, it's kind of a very interesting kind of schiller that you get inside the gemstone. And of course, again, you've got a bit of a design concept in itself on the strand because of the alternation in the two varieties. We're talking, right at the start of the show, we're talking about the colour combinations being really important.
Yeah, yeah.
And of course this works from a number of different angles. Not only are they the same gemstone, but you know, slight variations in the chemical composition that gives you the variations in the colour, but actually it's quite a feminine combination anyway, these peach tones along with the, well, that's a neutral, isn't it, the white moonstone?
Yeah, the white, I just always have to put it with sterling silver.
Right.
I know I love rose gold, but sterling silver with that, perfect.
Gorgeous.
Perfect, beautiful, yeah.
And of course, if you're using sterling silver, generally considered to be a precious metal, so it kind of edges the price points that you can achieve up at your craft fairs as well.
Never on the store for very long, moonstone.
Really?
Peach or white, yeah, moonstone is a really good seller.
Yeah, I mean, it's again a gemstone that's been revered throughout the ages. It's been set into jewellery design since around 100 AD. So the ancient Romans, who first discovered and named the gemstone, set it into jewellery designs instantly. They could see that it had some sort of value. In fact, last week I was talking about this. I don't know if you were with us, Liam, but you'll love this fact. And I have shared it with the audience, but maybe you weren't watching. I was sent a link to a National Geographic article that showed that even our ancestors, so like Neanderthal man, had a tendency to hoard kind of like shiny things or sparkly things. So this isn't like a modern phenomenon owning luxury goods. It's hardwired into our genetic makeup that we are magpies. We do like the idea of owning things that aren't necessarily essential to our survival. I think that's really interesting, actually. It is, yeah. And it's a good excuse if all of you out there are being told, stop buying jewellery. Say, look, it's in my DNA. I've got to buy it. 230 carats of multicoloured moonstone should be $11.95. But we're taking it under £10 tonight. taking it under £10, down to £9.95. Another clearance price point this evening, this time for over 200 carats of moonstone. And here you've got the two alternative varieties. You've got white moonstone and peach moonstone alternating on the same strand. We are going to move on to our next deal. Actually, before we do, as we get closer to 7 o'clock, I know these are coming up in the next hour, and they are just out of this world. I think every single person that's seen these, oh, they're coming up in the final hour. Oh, right, this one's coming up in the next hour. Look at this. You can see the little druzy inclusions in there as well. In the break, everybody was admiring these, and they were even talking about using them almost as coasters in your house. Oh, they only get, but only to come out at Christmas time, is that right? Special occasions, I like that. These are gorgeous. They almost have like they almost look like the rings you find when you cut down a tree. Yeah, like have naturalistic approach from different views. This is coming up a little bit later. Very, very limited in availability. We're going to move on. Funnily enough, these would go quite well with that because of the banding. Another opportunity to include the monochrome tones here. Have a look at this. Quite similar, aren't they? Again, you've got that kind of monochrome effect, but you've got variations in the banding on each and every gemstone. Over 600 carats on the gemstones themselves. I love the kind of marquee shapes. It's not quite a uniformed marquise cut, if you like. It's got a bit of a flow to the way it's actually been cut and polished. Approximately 38 by 33 millimeters in size. I love these. They're so elegant, aren't they? Beautiful. And it's a 36 centimetre strand, so you've got a huge carat weight here. Again, we are going to offer you this and add it to your order price, so get involved as quickly as possible. Taking it under £10, down to £7.95 for over 600 carats of shaded black agate. And the reason we talk about it being shaded is that if you look closely at the banding, you'll see that there's almost a transition between the black and the kind of, I suppose it's almost like a smoky quartz colour, a cappuccino-like shade. It's not really visible on screen, but when you get them home, you'll see that little transition, and it really does, I think, help to enhance your designs. I mean, again, the banding makes every single gemstone totally unique. Beautiful gemstones. And again, you could use them maybe as cabochons, maybe as pendants, so lots of different creative opportunities when you're working with a strand like this. Over 600 carats for just £7.95. If you want to grab that one, you need to be dialing the free phone number as quickly as possible. Moving on. Now, this is the gorgeous Peruvian opal. Slightly alternative variety of a very well-known gemstone, which again, you know, you might find that leads to greater sales, particularly at your craft fairs, because you know, you might be introducing your customers to a variety they've never seen before. And we know that when you're imparting knowledge to your customers, Alicia has been telling us earlier on this evening that they tend to find that leads to greater sales, doesn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, giving people a little bit of extra knowledge. It makes them understand that you value what you're giving to them as well. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Well, Peruvian opal is traditionally found in Peru, and that's where it was originally found, although you do get Peruvian opal in other parts of the world. But yeah, this has actually been sourced from the original location in Peru itself. Beautiful green tones here, very almost kind of apple greens, kind of pastel tones there. I mean, this could be a good one for the springtime, actually, couldn't it? Yeah, it could. And that's my birthstone, October. Oh, right, okay, yeah. There you go. I love opal. Very lucky. I love opal. Love opal as well. But, you know, traditionally people might be looking for the kind of pin fire, you know, the opalescence, and of course they might be expecting to pay sort of 3-figure, 4-figure sums for opal jewellery. Peruvian opal gives you the chance to create more affordable birthstone jewellery. And it's interesting for other people as well, because they go, oh, I didn't realise that. And, you know, again, you're starting to talk to them. And I suppose it's just a conversation starter as well in itself, because people might have never heard of it, and then I didn't know there was another variety of opal. These are flying out the door. We only had double figures of availability. In fact, we had fewer than 20 when we started, and we haven't even seen the start price for this strand of faceted rondelles. They're currently available at $11.95, and they're already flying out the door, but we're not staying there. We're taking it under £10. In fact, we're going to give you back, once again, the equivalent of your P&P. So I always think it makes it a risk-free shopping experience. So if you like the look of it, but you're thinking, oh, I'm not quite sure, once we've taken the price of your P&P off, there's absolutely no excuse not to get it home, see it in the flesh, and then you can make an informed decision once you get it home. Because, of course, you've got until the end of January to make your final decision. We've extended our money-back guarantee. And of course, a free phone number as well, so literally no risk involved when you are investing in this strand of Peruvian opal tonight. From our Gems of Distinction range, beautiful spring and apple greens. And of course, those are the colour tones that you want to see in your Peruvian opal. Still people coming through, adding this to their basket. Don't forget, you do need to check out to ensure this is heading your way, and you need to be checking out in the next 60 minutes to get hold of this at $8.95. I've got people coming through on the phone lines now to multi-buy the strand, so please make sure you do act with a little bit of urgency to ensure you are successful. We're going to leave that one with you. We're going to move on, because it's time now for another star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker, and we're going to bring you another wholesale bundle as part of this particular deal. So producer Liam's managed to find a collection of gemstones, all from the same family of gemstones. Well, Garnet's not technically a gemstone family, but we'll talk about that in more depth in 1 second. And actually all the same colour tone, but in a variety of different cuts. Now, anybody who is either a January baby and who is, you know, a jewellery making hobbyist and wants to create a beautiful design for themselves needs to get on the free phone number right now. Anybody who has craft fairs planned for the new year, start dialing the free phone number, or of course you can click to buy now, add it to your basket. You're not going to be disappointed when you see the price point, but definitely get hold of your birthstone bundle right now, because what we've done is we've taken a collection of beautiful red garnet, bundled them together, and you've got a variety of different cuts here, very similar colour tones coming through from each gemstone strand, so I think it's really effective. We'll start with the nuggets actually, because this is, you know, essentially a double strand. It's 86 centimetres of gorgeous garnet here. I think this is Orissa garnet. Yes, there you go. I can remember that. I can remember something I read at 11:30 this morning. That's better than my memory normally is. So yeah, 265 carats of Orissa garnet means it comes from a specific location. And of course, here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we pride ourselves on getting as close to source as possible when we're getting hold of gemstones. It allows us to negotiate very competitive prices and pass those savings on to you. And here we've gone for the organic sort of tumbled nuggets here, so we get that texture from the gemstones, those variations in the sizes and the shapes, which not only provides you with a unique finish, but also shows your customers that they are the real deal. They range in size from 2x1 to 9x1. Now, we go to the other end of the spectrum now. Very, very similar colour tone here. This is your Rhodolite garnet. Again, that traditional kind of red wine tone, if you like. I think, you know, when people traditionally think of garnets, they want to see a red tone. I mean, collectors out there may be looking for Tsavorite garnet, for example, but those are going to be few and far between, people who even know about green garnets. Most people, when they think about garnets, they think of these red tones, don't they? Now, when you actually get a red garnet, what will increase the value traditionally is seeing a purple hue inside the gemstone as well. And let me just get a little bit of light to pass through this beautiful Rhodolite garnet. I always think of this as kind of like the flagship variety of garnet. It's probably one of the best known, most traditional. Look at that. I mean, it's like looking into a glass of red wine, isn't it?
Really beautiful.
Gorgeous, especially the way they've been faceted. They're quite dramatic, actually. They're almost like icicles of garnet.
Yeah, yeah. For me, they just seem really high end, but you know,
no,
they
I
do.
totally agree.
They do.
They're the kind of cuts you would associate with luxury jewellery, in all honesty, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Faceted to perfection. Because of that depth of colour, you've got that fantastic lustre as well, which is, again, you know, often associated with sophistication and very high-end jewellery design. Now, garnet is January's birthstone, so as I say, it's important to stock up on this particular gemstone. This is the perfect time to do it, and I love the combination here of the tumbled nuggets, the texture that you get from those, and the highly faceted droplets that you've got there. And these are somewhere in the middle, because we've got another strand here. I love this strand. This is beautiful red garnet as well, but these are faceted wheels, so you've got a kind of flat base to the gemstone, but then you've got a faceted outer edge, so it catches the light, but it also will almost interlink within the designs.
Yeah.
So it gives you more design opportunities, doesn't it? But also, I'm just going to hold this up as well and get a little bit of light passing through this as well, because this has got a real depth of colour, but it's slightly different to the purple hues we've seen before. It's almost like a cognac hue, if you like, coming through from the reds. Love it. Absolutely love this combination, because they're close enough to all be used together, but there's enough variation in the cut and the colour tone to create something very, very special, especially for January babies. We know birthstone jewellery is always popular, whether it's for, you know, the designer themselves, or if you're getting personal commissions and at craft fairs. It's big business, isn't it, birthstone jewellery?
Yes, it is. People often look, and because I have signs saying what the birthstone is, so they'll look and say,
so there you go, more of that knowledge that you're giving.
But they go so well with pink pearls, anything pink,
nice.
because it really brings out the colours.
The pinks and the reds definitely work together, don't they?
Yeah, yeah,
I love that
do.
idea.
They do.
Actually, on that note, I suppose the violet tones as well are going to work quite well. I mean, you could easily link these up with the Tanzanite, couldn't you?
Yes, you could.
Tanzanite and garnet's a great combination.
Yeah, yeah.
Because then you're kind of drawing the purple hues from the garnet, and then they're just complementing one another, aren't they?
Yeah.
And then you've got December's birthstone and January's birthstone in one design.
I think it's a very inspirational gemstone, to
Really?
be fair. Yeah, because it's got so much depth of colour.
Yes.
You put it with the right thing and it changes its appearance.
Absolutely, that's a good way of putting it. Actually, there is a reason for that. There's a scientific reason for that, and it's because garnet has a single refractive index. So the light travels through garnet at one speed, and so you get that kind of inner glow from the gemstone, and therefore when the light passes through, depending on what you match it up with, it will take on those colour tones. So that, you know, it's not futile. That there is a reason for that. We are going to have a look at some of the designs that Alicia has put together for us using this gemstone, but first of all I think we better have a look at our star buy price, because this is already flying out the door, and the price people can currently see is $42.85. We're not staying there though, because we're going to give you one of these strands for free as part of this particular, in fact, and then some. $24.95. That means that effectively you get your faceted wheels for free, and you've still managed to get a reduction on your faceted droplets and your nuggets. It's almost like getting 4 strands of garnet, really, isn't it? Because you've got an 86cm strand of the nuggets themselves. You've got a lot of gemstones on there, over 250 carats. Then you've got 80 carats of your faceted rhodolite garnet droplets, very, very high end. And you've got your faceted wheels as well. So normally the rhodolite garnet and the Orissa garnet would be more than $24.95, but tonight you can have all 3 strands for that price point. Whole collection of January's birthstone for $24.95. Amazing deals. In fact, can I run over and grab the designs that Alyssa's put together? Is that all right? Yeah. Cool. Oh, Pete can't wait to start dancing now. This is what he does. Have you seen it?
Oh,
he loves the boogie, doesn't he?
What a mover!
He's
Gosh.
Don't encourage him, Alicia, please. Participation Pete doesn't need any encouragement. He's got his own fan club, you know.
I need to take lessons.
Lessons? Oh my goodness. Pete's fan club are going to be texting in now. Where can we book salsa classes with Pete?
Salsa with Pete.
Salsa with Pete. That's going to be our next DVD.
Hasn't it got a ring to it?
Learn to salsa with Participation Pete. He's off on one. Let's have a look at the designs that you've put together using this. So did you find it quite easy to work with this gemstone?
Yeah. As I said, the pink hues really are picked up from the gemstone.
Yes, you've put it together with our pink bundle that's coming up later in the show. I like that.
Yeah, and just to soften that pink down a bit, we've put rose gold with it and mixed some ordinary gold, if you like, if you can call gold ordinary.
Yeah, true. So you've got yellow gold and rose gold there, and actually it's the gemstones that are providing the transition between the two metallic tones.
Very well put.
That's interesting.
Absolutely.
Because we often talk about using different metal tones to, you know, create the relationship between the gemstone colours, but on here it's almost the other way around. Yeah. I love that.
Yeah.
That's a gorgeous combination. Lots of people coming through for this. Maybe they're January babies. Maybe you've already started to receive birthstone commissions for the start of the year. This is the bundle for you. I have to say, this strand in particular, you really don't have to do much work at all, do you? You can just create droplet style earrings, and that's exactly what you've done here. Into rose gold, a little bit of detailing on the outer edge just to frame the gemstone. But I mean, what kind of price point would you hope to achieve on that pair of earrings?
If it was rose gold coated sterling silver, I would do £20 for them easily.
Okay. And in the place,
I would say about £20 for those, and as they stand, it would still be, I think, about £15.
15, okay.
Because copper's a beautiful metal.
Okay, there you go. So, and it has been plated with gold, of course. So
there you go.
Yeah, maybe £10-15. Depends on your venue, of course. You know, and what time of day it is. You know, and it gets to the end of the day, if you've got to cover the cost of your stall or what have you, you might lower the price to £10. Never lower it too much, because you yourself don't want to devalue the work you've done or the gemstones themselves. But say even if you took them down to £10, that means that you only need, well, effectively 5 gemstones to make your money back.
You've paid
so this, let's say 6. So you're not going to sell one earring. So that will make your money back. What? Is that right? Apparently I've stumbled across, accidentally, a upcoming fashion trend. Apparently wearing one earring is going to be a big trend, fashion trend next year. That's what producer Liam's telling me he hears on the grapevine in the Jewellery Maker office. They're all very fashionable and in the know, I will say that about them. Okay, we're going to leave that one with you. Now, we've actually just gone over time a little bit. We've gone into the 7 o'clock hour. We are going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have more incredible deals, but that means that we are less than an hour away from bringing you a 48 centimetre strand of faceted Tanzanite rondelles. I am seriously mesmerised by that particular strand of Tanzanite. It's coming up in about an hour's time, but it is limited edition, so get on the phone lines as quickly as possible. We're going to go to a quick break so I can get told off, and then we'll be back in 2.
Consistency twist.
And it hurts.
Yeah, it does.
So
$9.95, folks.
Put them in the end.
Okay.
Squidge it shut. Turn it that way, and then you slide that.
Ben, you're a jewelry maker.
Now today's a big day for you all. Now can anyone tell me which L comes in brown, grey, greenish and blue?
Labradorite, that's easy.
May I say, Ben, in this world, there's a very powerful gemstone. It's called the Labradorite stone. I shouldn't have said that.
I can't believe you've had a magical Labradorite gemstone all this time.
Ah, well, I've got something to tell you. I'm not who you think I am. Ha ha
ha.
Adulation essence phenomena! Have a magical Christmas, jewelry makers.
Merry Christmas, jewelry makers. Over to the wife.
Because it's my husband. I don't know if I've ever mentioned that I got married. And have a wonderful, wonderful Christmas, and thank you so much for an amazing year. And who knows what next year might bring? Probably lots of faux pas from Linda. Anyway, oh!
Merry Christmas.
Let's get him.
Merry Christmas, you jewelry makers.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed, and we're also joined by the lovely Alicia. Are you having fun?
Oh, it's wonderful.
Yeah?
Having fun. It's great fun.
Alicia's first ever show, and very experienced at the craft fairs across the land. So if you've got any questions for Alicia regarding craft fairs, then text them in. The number you need is 60777. Start your text with the phrase JM Studio, and my producer will try to get some of your questions on screen. Or, of course, you can message in at JewelleryMaker.com. Now, we are in for a pretty exciting hour here on JewelleryMaker, because coming up in an hour's time will be our superstar buy, gorgeous Tanzanite, double figures of availability on this particular strand. It is exquisite. Faceted to perfection. I can't believe the carat weight that we're going to be able to offer you on this particular strand, and the price point as well is just mesmerising, have to say. Well, actually, we've got a lot of treats coming up in this hour, because we also have these fantastic Agate slabs. Again, limited edition strand. This has actually been seen previously on the show. Say that again. Oh, we've got less than 20 of these in stock. So I think it's going to be a case of fastest finger first. I mean, I suppose, again, you could use these as cabochons, or maybe have something a little more ornamental or creative that you want to do with these. They're coming up very, very soon, but again, get on the phone lines as quickly as possible. We're going to start with an essential finding. These are little eye pins, and we already talked about the value that working with precious metal will add to your designs. This is rose gold plated sterling silver. Right up your street this evening, Alicia.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks very
You've missed
much.
out on quite a few deals so far, haven't you? Oh, again, it's a limited edition. This is what you'll find quite a lot here on The Late Show. It's a last of stock opportunities. That's our job, to clear out the last of stock. Make way for new and exciting opportunities as we head into the new year. And here you've got 50 rose gold plated sterling silver eye pins, and they're 15mm in size. So they're actually quite delicate, aren't they? These would be perfect for creating the little rosary link chains, actually, wouldn't they?
And that lapis lazuli.
Oh, alongside the lapis lazuli. I like that. I like that. Lots of people already on the phone lines for this particular item. That's the way to do it. 50 rose gold plated sterling silver eye pins, and here comes your price. Wow, there you go. Another add it to your order price, just $6.95 this evening. Take advantage of the wholesale prices that we offer here at Jewellery Maker. You know, much like a lot of the very rare gemstones that we have at the Genuine Gemstone Company, you know, it might be that we find it a little more difficult to get hold of gold in the coming years. We know that it's been a little bit troublesome to find new deposits of gold over the last couple of years. Actually, we haven't found a new deposit of gold for, well, the last time I checked it was over 2 years, so it must be nearly 2.5 years since we found any new deposits of gold. And so it is becoming quite difficult for us to actually source. You know what that means? It'll either come to an end or the prices will go through the roof.
Even more.
Yeah, well, yeah, even more than they do.
Even
Other
more.
suppliers can charge quite hefty price points for gold-plated items, can't they? I have to say, very, very economical if you're shopping from us here at Jewellery Maker. Yeah. And, of course, these are rose gold-plated sterling silver. These are flying out the door. I've got people multi-buying this. So if you do want to get hold of this, you do need to act with a little bit of urgency, because I only had, I think, what do we have, about 23 of these? Yeah, 23. Over half the stock's already been allocated on that item, so you do need to get involved very, very quickly for that one. If you've got them in your basket, check out. Congratulations. Margaret just come through on the phone line to multi-buy. Pamela's multi-bought that one. Pauline's got 2 of those as well. Please make sure you're checking out your baskets. Moving on, and we're going to stick with rose gold plated sterling silver right now. Now this is my sort of weapon of choice, if you like, Alicia, because I like a bit of chainmail.
Ooh.
And I did say to you earlier, didn't I love rose gold as well.
Yes.
And you were saying you like to mix the gold tones. Rose gold and yellow gold in chainmail looks great, I think.
Beautiful, beautiful.
It's a good combination, isn't it?
Something about it, yeah.
Yeah.
The rose gold warms up the gold,
Yes.
and it just.
Yeah, it's again, it's like you were saying, they don't kind of compete for attention in the design. They just tend to complement one another.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah. And here, you've got 57mm jump rings. I mean, you find it pretty difficult to even create sort of classic designs without jump rings, but chainmail in particular is obviously very reliant on your jump rings. So I know when the chainmail artists are coming through, because they're always buying 3 or 4 packs.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
I'll tell you why I love chainmail. I've said it before, but it is key to the technique. You always get a professional finish from your chainmail, as long as you close your jump rings properly, of course.
We'll have to swap our present, and you can show your chainmail.
No.
Just for the chainmail.
Unless you want to stay here till like 9 o'clock in the morning doing chainmail, because it takes me a long time. I find it therapeutic. It doesn't matter how long it takes me when I'm in my living room, you see.
Yeah.
It can take me as long as... I can't believe some of the designs that you guys put together in such a short space of time. Seriously, to make like a 7.5-inch length of chainmail takes me about 2 days. So not quite that long, but you know, I'm not doing it on air, put it that way. Rose gold plated sterling silver, again, huge number of people flying through for this deal, and we haven't even given you the price reduction yet. There you go. The chainmail artist Lynn's got 3 of these, so you've got 150 jump rings. But he's got 4 of these. You've got 200 jump rings coming your way. Wow. We're about to take the price down to $8.95. Wow, rose gold plated sterling silver for $8.95.
That's brilliant.
No, I'll tell you why.
You're upset, Ed?
I'm not upset. Well, I'm a little bit upset. I'll tell you why. Because the last time I bought jump rings, I bought rose gold plated sterling silver, and I had to pay a higher price than that. You would think that as the presenter, you might get them a little bit cheaper, but no. We don't reserve these reductions for the guest designers and the presenters. We'd rather pass the savings on to our lovely viewers. Clearly. Most people multi-buying that now. I suppose you've just got your P&P back. And if you do chainmail, then you need to stock up on your chainmails. On your chainmails, well done, Ed. On your jump rings, let's do this in English. It'll be so much easier. Right, moving on. Where to, sorry? Okay, we'll stick with jump rings. And again, we'll stick with the rose gold plating. because it's proven to be very popular, but this time rose gold plated copper. This is good for me because I know I can't mess it up if I'm using the base metal. Isn't it? You know, you were saying you're quite drawn to the copper tones, aren't you?
I think copper's a beautiful metal. I think it's a really lovely metal and really undervalued, actually.
I would agree, and actually, I'll tell you the great thing about the jump rings for chainmail, sorry to harp on about it, but that's just my point of reference, is that because it's a little bit more malleable, it's actually quicker to open the jump ring, the copper ones, than the silver one. You have to be a bit more delicate with your silver, of course, because you don't want to damage it. But with the copper, because you get more, you get 200 as part of this deal. You can be a little bit quicker, you can be a bit more confident with your work.
You can experiment a bit more as well, can't you, with that? So.
Well, people might like to. I'll have to keep it simple, just until I'm a bit more accomplished. But you know, I'm getting more confident, I have to say. 200 rose gold plated copper jump rings here, and another amazing price point this evening. And add it to your order price again of $6.95. Everything you could hope to get hold of there for $6.95. 200 jump rings. We saw some people coming through there for, well, I'm guessing you're chainmail artists, and they were multi-buying the ones where you got 50. And actually, I've had a lot of people multi-buying this item. So, for example, Lynn has got 600 jump rings heading her way. That's going to be quite an elaborate design, although I have seen some amazing designs online on the Facebook site. Of course, if you want any sort of advice or even just a little bit of support from the jewellery making community, why not head to our Facebook site? We've got over 50,000 members on our Jewellery Maker Facebook site, so anything you want to know, somebody will have the answer. If you want to talk to me about any of my designs, then go to Ed Presenter. Actually, I'm trying to get to 2,000 likes by January the 1st. I need like 300 likes in 2 weeks, so I really need all the help I can get. So if you go to my site on Facebook, it's Ed Presenter, easy to find me, give me a like, and then if you want to ask me any questions or tell me off or get a heads up about the shows, then you'll get it all there. $6.95, still people flying through for that one. I'm not surprised because the value is amazing for your jump ring deals there. We're going to move on. We're going to bring it. Oh, I'll tell you what, these are crying out to be placed in craft fair designs. Faceted heart-shaped obsidian. This is lamella obsidian, so it's very similar to smoky quartz. Actually, you could understand why people might actually misclassify this as smoky quartz. It's almost identical. Those kind of chocolate brown tones, similar level of clarity in the gemstone as well. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Obsidian's a stunning gemstone. Stunning gemstone.
Again, it's a really interesting gemstone. You could talk to your customers about this. It's essentially fossilised lava. That's how obsidian forms. So, you know, that might be something that interests your customers. It's like when lava actually fossilises, it actually forms almost glass-like crystals. It's actually called lava glass. That is what it's called when it fossilises. And then obsidian is the gemstone that we take from that. 280 carats here. All the work's been done for you on this case by the lapidarists, because they've actually hand-carved them into beautiful heart shapes. I think by now we all know that if it wasn't a heart shape, I'd tell you. Have a look, you can see you've got the gorgeous little indentation, but it's the faceting really that is allowing you to create quite, I suppose, contemporary designs but with a traditional finish. That's how I would approach it. Solitaire rings even.
Yeah, you could, and I make little angels out of them.
Little angels?
Yeah, because I use the heart part as the body, and put some little angels on, and then get a little maybe pearl or something, and put them on a bracelet with a few other charms.
Actually, I'll tell you what, if you've got eye pins, you place the eye pin in it, the eye will become the head anyway.
Could,
that would work.
could, yeah, it could.
I'm just trying to cut corners. Trying to save myself some gemstones. 280 carats here. All about the cut, isn't it? I mean, the way it's been faceted is beautiful, but the heart shape, iconic. And of course, as we head into the Valentine's kind of period, that's when people start to do a lot of craft fairs or get commissions. This is the strand for you. Let's have a look at the price point we have on this particular strand. Should be $11.95. We're not going to stay there. think producer Liam's got an aversion to leaving these prices as they are. He wants to give you incredible deals. He's giving you the equivalent of your P&P in terms of a reduction, effectively a clearance price for a gemstone that's going to do all the work for you. Again, you know, solitaire rings, you can make one in minutes.
Yeah, quite simply, and that gemstone will do all the work for you, as you've said.
Absolutely, yeah.
It doesn't need
So
a great.
all you got to do is create the shank out of wire, put the wire through the gemstone, because it is through drilled, wrap it onto the shank. Job's a good one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Boom, right there. That's a £10 ring, and you've made your money back off one gemstone. That means you've got all of this as profit. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 190, 200, 210, 220, 230, 240, 250, 260, 270, 280, 290, £300 worth of profit potentially off one strand of gemstones and a little bit of wire.
Yeah, and your time is money as well. So if you're able to do it quite simply and quickly, it's money right there.
Absolutely. Keep it simple. And sometimes the most simple little designs you'll find are actually the most popular, because some people are looking for something that is orientated around the gemstone rather than your design, if you like. Okay. Now Sam, our tech op, is saying that she would match the lemon obsidian with the Tanzanite. Oh, and create a little frame, a little cage for the gemstone, because the heart shape with the Tanzanite. Okay, and actually, they are coming to life, aren't they? That looks like those paparazzi flashes again because of the facets. Love it. Nice idea there from Sam. I like it. Tanzanite's coming up in around about half an hour, not long to wait at all. We're going to move on. I'm ready. Ready for what? Okay, hold on. I'm not ready. Hold on. Where's that phone? I need a phone. I'm not ready yet. It's out here, it's charging. I'm running through. I'm in the prep room now, guys. This is where my phone's charging. My word, okay. I'm coming back. I'm going all the way around. Hold on.
Just swing it.
This is easier.
Quick!
I'm ready. Okay. The graphics are coming on. I haven't dialed the number yet. People are ahead of me. I'm nearly ready.
What happened to your dance, Ed?
I'm not doing any dances for you guys. You guys forget about it. I want these ones. Oh no, I've put the wrong number.
Yeah.
What's going on? 6 4 4 4 6 5 5. Right.
We're not.
I'm ready. Now I'm ready.
Preferential treatment.
Here we go. I'm ready. Ah. I'm not getting through. There's less than 20 in stock. I think I'm gonna miss out.
Where's your house?
There's over 1,200 carats of black agate, rough cut slices. Oh dear. The phone lines have lit up like a Christmas tree. It's a festive reference there, but it's pretty true as well. Uh-oh. I think we're going to melt the phone lines. Have a look at these. They are absolutely gorgeous. Actually, we've only seen this beautiful polished finish so far. I want to show you the base. So look at this frosted finish you get on the reverse. I love that. Okay, girls. Get on the phone lines. Everybody wants these, don't they, this evening? What do you mean, should be? He's going to honour the launch price. He's taking them down in price. 1,200 carats. I should just say, you don't just get one of these. I would be happy to pay that price for one of these. I have to say they are gorgeous. Ah, I see. That's what guest designer Gemma was saying she needed in her life. And Louise has texted through to say, I received these yesterday. Wow, they are amazing. Love them. Gemma's got hers now. So, oh, I can't wait to see Gemma's designs with them. Actually, I'll tell you what, if you get hold of these, make sure you send your design into the Wall of Fame. Of course, I'm privy to Gemma's designs, but unless you send them in, I won't be able to see yours. I love these. You don't just get one piece of these, you get 1,200 carats. Have a look at this. I love the little druzy inclusions you get there as well. Oh, look at this one. Look at the banding on this. This is so interesting. So, effectively, have you taken the P&P off the price as well? Yeah, they were $32.95, yeah? I think this might be a sell-out deal. We've taken it down to $29.95. I'm going to show you this. Oh, yes, of course. So, there are a few remaining. So, oh, this one almost looks like a flower to me. I love these. I like that. Yeah, because this is the little stamen in the centre, and amazing. These are amazing, aren't they? They're gorgeous. I love this one in the centre where you've got that little druzy inclusion. You see that little druzy crystal formation in there? Look at Sam. She just wants to run out and make a phone call, don't you, Sam? I've done the dance. Oh no, your mum's not around. She's not watching, is she, tonight? I mean, she's not watching the show.
Sorry, I've got the giggles. Excuse me, I'm being silly tonight.
I don't think Sam's mum's going to be phoning up for those tonight. There you go.
I don't think she'll get in on time, to be honest.
Yeah, to be fair, they have flown out the door. Okay, if you've got those in your basket, please check out, because there's still people coming through on the free phone number. Looks to me like that could be a sellout deal. Actually, I think the people on the phone I might be competing with the people who have got it in their basket now, because we're very, very limited. We're going to move on. I'm afraid it is now time for a star buy. Is that right?
Yeah, the app is instant. It's 30. You'd have just got, you'd be straight onto the app, you'd have got them easily.
There you go then. You live and learn. Alicia in the bed there was just telling me if I'd had the app, I'd have been straight on and I'd have got it.
Yeah.
I'll download it in the break. There we go. If you want to get hold of that, then please do. Okay, so this is our Pink Ladies. I like it. Okay, I'll see where you're going with this. Actually, because of the vibrancy of some of the colours here, if you're wearing some of these, you might be in for some summer loving. Alright, there's no need for that. I'm just thinking, you know, some people like to kind of think a season ahead, start planning their designs now for the spring and summer months. Oh, they're all coming out. All the puns are coming out now. Director Bruce said, "Hot pink quartz, tell me more." So I don't know why that really made me laugh, but it has. Anyhow, let's concentrate on the gemstones. We like to have a bit of fun here at JewelleryMaker, but we do take the gemstones seriously, I must say. These are beautiful, aren't they? These are the hot pink tones that you've got in your quartz faceted rounds. They're 7mm in size. I'll tell you what, perfect for macrame bracelets. And then we've got the frosted I would almost say they're kind of like a coral tone you've got in the shell pearl. Gorgeous. And then, again, more of those very vibrant colours in the pink faceted rondelles. They're 3x2mm in size, and we've even given you, I mean, that is like a bubblegum pink tone, isn't it, for the satin cord? I'll tell you what, if you went on Mastermind, Greece would be your specialist subject. He's like, that's what that's the colour of their jackets. What were you in the school play? Were you one of the T-birds? Oh well, oh well, oh well. What were you? The presenter. Oh, I'd love to have seen your school play, Liam. Anyway, let's have a look at these, because of course we know that the feminine colours are always going to be popular. Luxury jewellery is, I suppose, originally intended for the lovely ladies. We know now that there's lots of different gents designs that we can create, but I think traditionally jewellery designs are more aimed at the fairer of the sexes. And these colour tones are perfect, aren't they? You can use them together, of course, but it might just be a way for you to create a little gemstone stash. So because you've got all these very feminine pinks here, I mean, if Ali DeFoy was on this evening, she'd be having a field day with this bundle, wouldn't she? She's a very girly girl. She's a little princess, why not? Beautiful. When you're as pretty as Ali, you can be a princess, you can get away with these colour tones, can't you? I mean, I actually do love the more feminine colours in gemstones. I think that, you know, because luxury jewelleries tend to appeal towards ladies, I always think that the pinks are going to be popular in jewellery design. And here we kind of cover the colour spectrum of pinks, don't we? Between the cord, the faceted rounds, the frosted shell pearl, which are quite sizable, the 10mm in size, and then you've got those delicate 3x2mm rondelles in your hot pinks as well. You've already featured the shell pearl in some of your designs, haven't you, actually? Oh yes, we'll have a look at some of the designs that have been put together by the lovely Alicia so far this evening. That's one of the designs that we saw earlier, where it's matched up with the garnet, isn't it? But you've also created a gorgeous kind of bracelet design there, and earrings. Oh, and a ring. There you go, full suite of jewellery. And you can see the way that coral tone from the shell pearl is really giving you that little pop of colour in the designs, isn't it?
Yeah.
You love that. Absolutely love that.
I actually have this strand that you've got, and I've got it at home ready to make something. So this is a joy for me.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. So you're inspiring yourself.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm like, finally, I've got time to make something with them.
I've actually got time to have a play with that gemstone strand.
Yeah, because although they're a hot pink, the colour can be toned down by what you pair it with. They look quite classic and sophisticated, actually, with the right thing, and especially with the rose gold tones. And even that bubblegum pink, you could put a champagne colour with that if you were to do some crochet or something a bit more creative.
I've actually got some champagne pearls coming up later in the show. Do you think that'd be a good combination?
Oh yes, it would. Yeah, it would.
That. Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous, that is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like that. So those are coming up in the final hour of the show after we've launched our Tanzanite, of course. Yeah, I would say they go together like right, okay. They forced me to do that, even though I got the words wrong. But do you know what? People are flying in to get hold of this bundle. We haven't even given you the star buy price yet. So if you do want to add this to your collection, then start dialing the free phone number right now. Normally, it would cost you $14.80, but that's not a star buy price. Certainly not this evening here on The Late Show. And we're going to take this collection of pink items down from $14.80 to $9.95.
What do you say, Ed? Bargain town.
Taking it down to bargain town.
I'll tell you what.
I like that.
Very good.
What's going on here? $9.95 for all of this. I mean, actually, you could use that satin cord and the 7mm faceted rounds to create multiple macrame bracelets. It's got profit written all over it at this price.
Yeah, you could. And
do you find your macrame bracelets are big sellers at the craft fairs?
Steady with them.
Right.
I think you maybe need to have a bit more of an expertise in them, like Mark, where he maybe features a lot more. I do have them. Yeah, certainly. And I love macrame. I absolutely love it. But yes, yeah, they sell, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. There you go then. Can't go wrong. And I suppose, once again, because you're using less considered items, you can charge more affordable prices. So that's a kind of sales angle on your macrame.
Or it means that you can invest more time in creating something beautiful, because the cost of the gemstones balances up with the time you're investing in making them. So
there you go. So it's all about balance, really, isn't it?
Yeah, balancing your costs and your time and all those things.
There you go. Great way to approach your craft fairs, of course. Thank you, Celicia. We're going to move on from that particular style, but I've got a few more deals to fit in before the top of the hour. And of course, as we move past the 8 p.m. milestone, shall we say, we will then be able to launch our superstar buy, which is this evening. This skipping. I'm not going to really skip with Tanzanite, of course I'm not, but you have got 48cm length here. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Look how much Tanzanite you've got. It's basically the length of my arm. For one of the rarest gemstones on the planet, I think we've been a little bit indulgent in how many we've put on the strand. That is going to fly out the door. I've got less than 100 strands. It's a limited edition strand. You saw how quickly those huge agate slabs flew out the door. We're going to move on. As I say, we want to fit in as many deals as we can. Oh, these are gorgeous. These have never been available as individual items, so they've only ever featured as part of kits or bundles on our inspiration shows, on our morning shows. Have a look at these. They are copper and sterling silver spacers. You like these, Alyssa? If you look closer, I would say, are those little hearts? Maybe? Depends how you see them. Could be a kind of Celtic symbol as well, a Rene Mackintosh style design, those kind of looks. You like them?
Yeah. And absolutely, this is what I was saying about copper here is not being undervalued. Okay. It's being used as a special metal that complements the sterling silver. So absolutely, this is what you've been saying. Well, since I walked in the door at 2:30 this afternoon, and you're exactly right. Here, it's the star of the show. Yeah. Because the sterling silver is the detailing, and the base metal is the copper. Yeah, and it makes it look so warm. Absolutely. It almost has a kind of vintage feel to it because of the oxidisation as well on the silver work. I love these. You get 5 in total. They're 13 by 7mm in size. You are going to have to get involved as quickly as possible because once again, whoa! I wasn't expecting to see that price point, were you? No. What is going on? You actually get 4 grams of your copper and sterling silver on these. Amazing. I love that detailing. It's fantastic, isn't it? Would they look nice with the agate, you know, those agate, just a couple of them either side, or maybe 3 pieces? The agate slabs? Yeah. They're back. They're back. Here we go. Ooh. I think you can put anything with these. They're going to look gorgeous. I like that, actually, that kind of thing. Oh, you see. And a fantastic way, of course, to maximise on your 1p and p per day. Yes, the design is on both sides. Some people are texting in to ask this as a question. I'll just show you. So I'll just flip it over so you can see. On the other side, you've got the same detailing on both sides. So there you go. $7.95. I was just going to say, great way for you to maximise on your deal. Just to be clear, you only get 5 as part of this deal. That picture's a little misleading. You get 5 on this deal. $7.95. Amazing. We're going to move on.
more precious metals now. This time, gold-plated sterling silver. Very delicate little lobster claw clasps here. Classic finish. You get 10 of these as part of this particular deal. They're 8 by 3 millimeters in size. High end on top of high end, and you've got over 2 grams of gold-plated sterling silver as part of this collection. As I say, you do get 10, so it's another wholesale opportunity really. You might want to reserve these for your high-end designs or your personal commissions, for example, because they are going to add value and luxury to the pieces. There you go, everything you're going to get. They do look quite large on the screen there in the picture, but they are quite delicate, I would say. Actually, do you know what? Along with your Tanzanite, you're going to need precious metals, aren't you, to set with your Tanzanite. Perfect way for you to have the most appropriate finding and, of course, to maximise on your 1p and p per day. Let's have a look at our price point this evening for gold-plated sterling silver. $6.95. And I will show you them again. Just give you give you kind of like a scale, if you like. Oh, I had them so perfectly balanced on there. Now I've taken them off, can't get it back on. There we go. So I'll just show you them against my fingernail. You'll see they are quite delicate, but I think that will add to your designs again, won't it? And $6.95 for 10 of them. That means you're paying 70p per finding that's gold-plated sterling silver. Amazing. We're going to move on. Is it number 17 by any chance? Oh. Well, also. Sorry. Is what I think it is. Is it my favourite gemstone? I actually did spot it earlier, but I thought it was too good to be true. Single figures of availability. My presenter's pick. This is my favourite gemstone on the planet. I know what I'd put it with. Tanzanite and kunzite. I mean, a dream.
Oh, aren't they pretty?
Single figures of availability on this. I love the finish on this kunzite as well. It's something a little bit special, a little bit different. Polished rounds. They're 10 millimeters. I mean, look at that. You just need couple of these as your accents. I mean, you don't really need to do any work because I just make solitaire rings. Tanzanite, kunzite, Tanzanite. I can't even fathom the kind of money that you'd be able to make, because to give your customers the opportunity to own 2 of the most prestigious and the rarest gemstones on the planet is just mind-boggling, really. One thing with kunzite that I think a lot of the time we don't consider, because we're always so enamoured by the femininity, for example, or by the luxury that's offered with it, is actually the rarity. What happens with kunzite is when we find it, we tend to find quite large crystal deposits, but then it can be maybe 100, maybe 200 years before we'll find another deposit. They're very, very rare. So when we find it, we have a huge influx of kunzite, but then we have to wait hundreds of years before we see it again.
It's beautiful.
That tends to be the way of it anyway within the industry. I know that last year, or at the start of this year, there was a large deposit found in the Minas Gerais region. There was a huge kunzite deposit found, and you know, in the past this would have gone straight to some of the luxury designers who actually did have exclusive contracts with the kunzite mine owners, but those no longer are in existence, those exclusivity contracts. And do you know who they called? The Genuine Gemstone Company. We had first refusal on all of that kunzite, and I think we took rather a lot of it, actually, because I saw whole showcase hours both on Gems TV and on Rocks TV. I mean, the designs were phenomenal, but we were talking about 4-figure sums for many of those designs, and even then, as always, Steve, the owner of the company, was giving you the best value on the market. Actually, I remember selling a kunzite, I think it was a kunzite pendant, when I was a producer on Gems TV, and I think we sold it for about 2,000 to say 2,199, something like that, just over £2,000. And somebody sent through the fact they'd had a valuation of over £5,000 on the piece of jewellery itself. So it just goes to show how highly regarded kunzite is within the industry. If everyone wants to check out the baskets, this would actually be a sellout deal. You can see that over half the stocks already been allocated. We haven't even brought the price on screen. 300 carats of kunzite. Wow. Yeah, I should think so. My producer was just qualifying that he can't lower the price any more than that. Yeah, I don't want you to take anything off the price of 300 carats of kunzite. $39.95. This is only previously featured twice before this evening, and we are, as you can see, we're already down to single figures of evaluation. What's wrong with me? Of availability. I just get a little bit excited when I see kunzite.
You want to evaluate it, don't you? Straight away.
I do, yeah. I want to see evaluation. I'll tell you what, if you create designs featuring Tanzanite and kunzite, I would advise that you take that photo. Actually, imagine making a kunzite necklace, quite gem heavy, but with Tanzanite as the spaces in between. Oh. A handful of these remaining in stock, but probably enough people in their basket for this to be a sellout deal. Yeah. That Tanzanite is only about 15 minutes away, just to give everybody a heads up. That is amazing. I am mesmerised. $39.95 for 300 carats of kunzite. Again, the mind boggles. Please, please, please make sure you're using at least sterling silver with your kunzite. One of my favourite gemstones. Moving on. Well, love the clasp, yeah, if that's possible. Okay, here we go. Now, my producer's just asking me if I wanted to give everybody the chance to own this. I think it's really special. It can be used as a traditional toggle clasp. I suppose you could probably use them as little charms as well. It's the little lock and key toggle clasp. I mean, this is a great... Oh, actually... Rose gold plated sterling silver with your kunzite and tanzite necklace.
That's it.
We're finished. I'm thinking I want a 3-figure. So everybody's nodding along here. Oh, Sam and Alicia nodding. Everybody wants to create that design now, don't they?
Pack up, go in. Job's done.
Yep, jobs are good. We're going after this. Oh no, we haven't launched the Tanzanite yet. We're not going anywhere. Rose gold plated sterling silver here, but again, not only are you adding value into your design from the actual precious metals that you're using, but actually the detailing on the actual clasp itself, it is fantastic. I mean, it will work as a traditional toggle. Sorry, it's difficult to hold all this at once when you're me. So you can see that it will work as a traditional toggle clasp, but you could use them as little charms as well, I suppose. Or, you know, if somebody's just bought a new home, for example, a little key charm. You could almost get away with that being a heart, actually. You could use that as a little sort of locket style pendant. Nice idea. Sam's just saying. So what? Somebody has. So one.
I would sell the key to the gentleman.
The key to the gent and the heart to the lady, and so then he's got the heart. He's got the key to her heart.
Yeah.
Oh, adorable.
You old romantic, you Samantha. There you go. That's your Valentine's sorted out right there. Rose gold plated sterling silver, your lock and key, toggle clasp or charms, depending on how you see it. And start dialing now. Again, limited availability. Again, they're doing all the work for you, aren't they, Alyssa?
Yeah, and I don't do steampunk though. I'm going to try it at some point, but I'm just looking at them and thinking, haven't I seen treasure chests and things like that?
Yes,
with those in?
absolutely. There you go. There's so many possibilities with this. Let's get that price on screen as I start smashing the place up. What? $7.95, and that is the perfect finish for your kunzite and tanzite necklace. No one needs to know you only paid $7.95 for a clasp like that.
Yeah.
Wow, most people multi-buying this. I don't blame you, actually, because you want one for yourself and one to make your money back, don't you?
Oh, definitely.
It's the way to do it.
And earrings.
Oh, nice.
Of course.
Again, all the work's done. You can just put them on shepherd hooks.
Alternate ones.
I love it. There you go.
Present. 21st. Earrings.
21st, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
I like this. I like this. Good inspiration.
We're rolling, aren't we?
We are. I like this. We're coming up with lots of good ideas. Do you know what? Sometimes when you see gemstones like kunzite, tanzanite, then you start to see, you know, very highly detailed metalwork. I mean, the design basically designs itself. And you don't even need to be a talented jewellery designer to make that, because it's literally classic beading, isn't it? Kunzite, tanzanite, get to the end, check it's the right length, and add the clasp. Even I can do it.
Yeah, yeah.
That is saying something. Okay, we're moving on. And we're going to bring you these. These are gorgeous. Again, you've got variations in the banding on the gemstones, which I think is going to enhance your designs. They're described as multicolored agate, but they're very kind of passionate colour tones you've got here, because you've got these rich reds, and then you've got the swirl of the kind of burgundy tones coming through as well. I love this. Multicolored agate. These are puffy squares. They're corner drilled, so I would call them a rhombus, but whatever. 24mm in dimensions.
Cufflinks.
I haven't actually got any qualifications in mathematics, but I just like maths. Yes, cufflinks. Like it. Cufflink designs all day long, and actually the colour tone, because it's quite deep, good for the gents.
Yeah.
Actually, Liam's saying these are almost like a mahogany colour, and I'll go along with that, because it's quite a deep colour tone, isn't it?
Yeah, agree.
Quite a large drill hole as well, so you can be fairly confident that your cords are going to go through there as well. I know that's a big consideration for people. 360 carats on this particular. I like that when you get the light going through, more of the red and sort of amber-like tones start coming through, don't they? Actually, Sam's just saying, because they're quite a significant size, Sam likes to create more sort of off-the-wall designs, like the dream catchers and your wind chimes, those kind of items. They'd be perfect on your wind chimes, would they?
Yeah, definitely.
There you go.
Nice sound as well.
Because they're really highly polished, you get that beautiful sound, when they come together. Yeah, very nice. Beautiful. Okay, 360 carats if you're multicoloured agate, and add it to your order price once again. That's what we've been doing all night long. £6.95 is your price point tonight. And Lycia's got some inspiration for us as well.
Well, I'm just looking at that and thinking, mindful of the 60s and the, you know, that all that's back in fact. And I'm thinking there were, you know, can you remember the highly polished surfaces that you used to get that were copying the Art Deco style back in the 60s? And
Fortunately, no, I can't.
Well, neither can I really. But I'm wondering if that might be a little bit of a selling point if you've got a retro
kind
theme
of retro
going
design,
on. Yeah. That's
Retro's big business as well at the moment in the fashion industry. There you
might
go,
be
more
worth
inspiration.
testing out.
Well, for £6.95, certainly worth a try, isn't it? Yeah,
you've got
great idea. There you go. I like your approach to jewellery design actually, because you're always thinking from a craft fair point of view, what might land at your craft fairs.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a great way to look at things, actually.
Yeah. Thinking what will work, what won't work.
Amazing. I love that. And of course, it does feed into the whole point of jewellery design. The more experimental you are, the more successful people tend to be in selling their designs. Oh, we've got a message. It's come through from Chrissy. It says, I think they would be fab as a belt.
Ooh.
I like that idea. Because you've got a more significant size as well.
Yeah.
There's not many outfits that won't go with either, because you've got the variation in the colours.
Yeah, and again, quite retro styling. They're belts in that era.
Great suggestion from Chrissy. I love this tonight. We're getting lots of inspiration. If you've got any ideas of what you're going to do with your gemstone strands, or a top tip, maybe even some craft fair information, maybe you've got a craft fair coming up, then text through. We will put it on screen if we are able to. 260 carats over £6.95. We're going to move on. Which one doing then? Oh, really? Oh, we're running out of time now. I will say the reason that we have to be on time for this particular break is because we are now approaching the launch of our superstar buy, which is this incredible strand of Tanzanite. I mean, I've been talking about just how much Tanzanite you get on this strand, but when we see it close up, you will see the incredible quality of the Tanzanite as well. It is beautiful.
Yeah.
Classic Tanzanite colour tones there, faceted to perfection. And did I mention that you get 48 centimetres on this strand? It's going to be a sellout deal. That's, you know, based on my experience of bringing you Tanzanite on the channel. We only have double figures of availability. The second the graphics hit the screen, please, please, please start dialing the phone number. Even if you just have a fleeting interest in owning this, you do need to get involved very, very quickly. I know that all of the regular buyers are going to be involved almost instantly when I bring this to screen. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we will launch our superstar buy, so don't go away.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur.
The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidurist to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now, each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on JewelleryMaker.
JM, JM, JM. It's a Christmas holiday. It's time to eat and time to play. Play now, play now. We're gonna beat every single day. Gemstones, gemstones, gemstones. Oh, please give me a gem like this. Please give me another kit. We want to beat every single day. JM, JM, JM.
welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for our superstar buy. Probably one of the rarest gemstones on the planet. Thought to be about 1,000 times rarer than diamonds. And actually, interestingly, when I was speaking to workshop attendees earlier today about this gemstone, a lot of people were getting excited about the fact that it is in fact December's birthstone. It's quite interesting that Tanzanite is December's birthstone because, of course, this was discovered in the late 1960s, probably discovered in, I think, about 67, but didn't hit the market until 69, 70, and until the turn of a century, it wasn't December's birthstone. Up until 1912, there were lots of different variations on what gemstone was representing each month in terms of a birthstone, and all of the different sort of gemological institutes got together in Kansas City in 1912 so that they could come up with a definitive list of the gemstones. And so, you know, they basically decided, right, Garnet will be for January and amethyst will be for February, and they made up this list, and that became sort of the Bible, if you like. Now, there are still some variations, depends on sort of, there are subtle cultural differences and things like that, but, you know, for the most part, we go along with that original birthstone categorization that was developed in 1912. Tanzanite wasn't added until, I think, 2001. That was the first change to that original birthstone categorization since 1912, and it was to add Tanzanite as an official birthstone, and it became December's birthstone. So you can see that in such a short time, Tanzanite really did take the gemstone world by storm. You know, discovered in 1969, let's say, when it first started being sold, when it was launched exclusively by Tiffany's in 1969, and then in that time, you know, not only did it manage to become the official birthstone of December, not only did it manage to become, you know, one of the big five, which of course the big four had been, you know, very well known for, you know, decades, if not centuries. Everybody understood that diamonds, rubies, emeralds and sapphires were the four most prestigious gemstones. Tanzanite's managed to infiltrate that little group as well. So it really goes to highlight how quickly Tanzanite has become one of the most luxurious gemstones on the planet, demanding price points, well, I mean, as I say, the highest price point I've ever sold a piece of jewellery for was Tanzanite, a 4-figure sum, but, you know, I have seen high 5-figure sums for Tanzanite jewellery as well. Now, of course, when you're dealing with much higher carat weights, the price point starts to go through the roof. Of course it does. But it is rather impressive that we are able to get you Tanzanite at all here on JewelleryMaker, I would say. Particularly given the rarity. We are really struggling to get hold of this gemstone at source. I don't know when this particular gemstone was mined from Tanzanite 1. But I doubt it was in the last 6 months because I'm not aware of any large deposits of Tanzanite coming out of that mine in the last few months. And of course, because there is just one location where we can get hold of this gemstone, it does make it much more exclusive. It kind of increases the rarity and therefore the prestige. Anytime you get a very prestigious gemstone that is instantly attached to luxury jewelers like Tiffany's, for example, you know that it's almost a certainty that it's going to have an inherent value. I'm actually shocked at just how much Tanzanite is on this strand. I know I've been sort of going on about it from 5 PM, but honestly, how one of the rarest gemstones on the planet, and then we come along and give you nearly half a metre, 48 centimetres, I should say. I mean, it's virtually the whole length of my arm, this one strand. Okay, there's already people dialing up, probably quite sensible, but just so they don't miss out or get told to put their phone down, we're going to bring the graphics on screen. 45 carats of Tanzanite. It's mesmerising. So whether it's your birthstone or whether you just want to make sure you've got Tanzanite in your collection before it runs out. I mean, it might not run out for 50 years for all I know, but as I say, we are finding it more difficult to get hold of. You would have heard the owner of the company, Steve Bennett, a real life gem hunter, alluding to the fact that we might have to start turning our attention to other luxury gemstones in the near future, because it is becoming so difficult to get hold of this gemstone. When, ITV spent a year following Steve around to get an insight into how the company worked, I think it's probably about, it was an hour long, the programme, and the first half of it, they were just talking about how popular Tanzanite has been since we launched the company. Or it felt like that anyway. Don't quote me on that in case it's 21 minutes or something like that. Okay, now, I did say that we had roughly 80 strands in stock. 50 have already been allocated. I did tell you this would prove to be extremely popular. I mean, you can see there, I'm actually putting 3 strands on my wrist. I mean, can you imagine how many Tanzanite bracelets you could create with this strand? Because you've got 48 centimetres of Tanzanite, it wraps around my man wrist 3 times. And you could actually be a little bit more sparing with your designs, because you could, you could create a kind of half eternity bracelet, couldn't you? And then you could get a little bit more.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Absolutely phenomenal this is. Okay, if everybody was to check out their baskets, I'll be left with fewer than 20 in stock. I think it's going to be a sellout deal. I think we better get the price on screen. Not that it's holding any butts. Wow, Molly, you've got 2 of these. Congratulations. 90 carats for £70, Molly. That's amazing. Single figures of availability remaining in stock. The price has only been on screen for a few seconds. Everybody with this in your basket, please check out immediately. Otherwise, you can expect to miss out. And of course, if you miss it,
you miss out!
Wow. That is one of the fastest selling strands I've ever launched here on The Late Show. And, well, okay, that's interesting. So, what do we say, about 20? So roughly 20 people have got it in their basket. Now, if you were all to check out, it has actually been a sellout deal. However, until you until you check out, there are opportunities available. So, if you're sitting at home and you're umming and ahhing, you're thinking, well, it's all going to be gone, until Jennifer, Sarah, Louise, Sharon, Chrissy, Diane, Bertha, Karina actually check out their baskets, you can dial up to own this. I'm not trying to flummox anybody, I'm just making sure everybody is aware of the situation. Of course, you can check out, nothing's stopping you from checking out. Please make sure you do, otherwise, as I say, you can expect to miss out on this deal. 45 carats of Tanzanite, covering 48 centimetre strand. Actually, it's one of the longest strands I've ever done. Do you love Tanzanite, Alicia?
That's a stunning one, absolutely stunning. Tick on. For me, I purchased some of the other Tanzanite, and for me, I like that one better. I've purchased some that's
you've
nearly
bought previous strands.
£70 a few weeks ago.
Is it $69.95?
That's right.
I think I launched that.
Could be.
Was it the faceted rounds?
No,
6 to 9 mil?
just plain rounds.
Oh, the plain rounds. I remember those as well. Oh yeah, they were gorgeous.
I would prefer that, and I think that's a stunning deal. Absolutely
together,
stunning.
They'd be gorgeous, wouldn't they? The polished rounds and the faceted rounds together.
Stop it now.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to wind you up. I wouldn't do that. But again, we've talked quite a lot about the variations in the metallic tones today, you and I.
Yeah.
This, again, it works with so many different colour tones. Rose gold, beautiful with this. But yellow gold, gorgeous luxury. Silver tones and blues, classic.
There's some incredible hues running through those very tiny little faceted rondelles.
Have to agree.
Beautiful.
I mean, this is another massive draw for a gemstone like Tanzanite, and that is the fact that it's pleochroic. Actually, it's triachroic. meaning that you get 3 different colour tones depending on what angle you see the gemstone. So you can see the blues, the violets, the pinks and reds, all in there as well.
You can see it.
I mean, it's just phenomenal. My good friend Debbie in New Jersey, you've got yours. Congratulations. Okay, we've got less than 5 remaining in stock and probably quite a few more people that in their basket. Let's leave it there. I didn't want to annoy anybody. We just want to make sure everybody had a fair opportunity. And of course, if you don't check your baskets out, you are running the risk of missing out on that deal. Well done to everybody that got hold of it. What a fantastic opportunity to own Tanzanite. You've got enough on one strand to create a design for yourself and someone else. So I think that's a really powerful thing with that strand.
Yeah.
You could probably treble your money depending on what you check. Well, and then some
more
maybe,
than that.
and then some.
Far more than that. Far more.
Do you know what? You're so right. It flew out the door so quickly. We didn't even get to admire the design you put together for us.
It's fine.
No, I'll get carried away with these. You saw what I was like with the kunzite. That's gorgeous. There you go. That's a good example. Keep it simple.
It's
very effective.
It'll last a long, long time.
That's good. So you just you can be quite sparing with your carat weight because the gemstone itself, again, just adds the premium price point.
Yeah, definitely.
Amazing opportunity there. Congratulations, I'll say to everybody that got hold of that gemstone strand.
I want it.
Absolutely delectable. We are going to bring you this strand of champagne pearls, and I have suggested earlier today that this might be quite a beautiful combination, the champagne pearls with the delicate Tanzanite rondelles. I mean, if you really want to make your Tanzanite go a long way, I would just use them as spacers on other strands, on other necklace designs and bracelet designs. It'll go a long way, and it'll always be adding value to the piece of jewellery you create.
Oh yeah, definitely.
People are aware of this gemstone. You know, we were talking earlier about being informative and imparting knowledge. You're not going to have to do too much when it comes to Tanzanite. People know about this gemstone. They know about the rarity. They know about the luxury. It adds value to any jewellery design. Have a look at this combination. I love these champagne pearls. They're gorgeous, aren't they? Almost like a lemon tone to them as well.
Oh, they are on the TV.
Gorgeous.
Very lemony there.
These are coming up in about 15 minutes time. I mean, they are huge. You would almost describe those as luxury pearls, really, wouldn't you, based on the size?
Yeah, they're beautiful.
I'm going to have to move on. We're going to give you a clearance deal right now on another of our favourite gemstones, beautiful Labradorite. A clearance deal on Labradorite. It's an oxymoron, isn't it? 2 words that shouldn't appear in the same sentence there, clearance and Labradorite. Well, earlier on, somebody texted in to ask you, you know, what kind of gemstones were popular at your craft fairs, and you did say Labradorite's always popular.
Yeah. You've got plenty of room to have a conversation piece with Labradorite. Plenty of room.
And it's all thanks to the Labradorescence, isn't it? That play of colour that you get inside the gemstone.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me just isolate a gemstone. It's a bit difficult when I'm trying to hold 2 strands. Let me show you. There you go. Beautiful.
Oh. And anybody with those pearls from earlier, they would go beautifully.
The peacock pearls?
Yeah.
Ooh, I like that idea.
Yeah.
I love these. These are more of the classic Labradorescent colours, aren't they? The violets and the blues and the greens coming through.
Yeah.
There you go, look at that. Again, the facets help that Labradorescence to just move across the surface of the gemstone. It's phenomenal, isn't it? And also, I'll tell you what these would go well with, in my eyes, if you got the Garnet bundle. Because they're faceted in a very similar way. You know, the Garnet drops, and you could just alternate again.
Yeah, because you were saying about the violet tones. There are violet tones in Labradorite.
Yes.
So it's a possible mix. It's worth trying.
I like
definitely.
that. See, I love Alicia's approach because you're very much advocating the idea of having a play, experimenting with your gemstones to see what works, rather than just, you know, sticking to sort of habitual designs that you always create. You know, take yourself out of your comfort zone and see what works. You might find a brand new combination you hadn't tried before, and it might be a big seller as well.
I can honestly say that there have been no gemstones that I've put together that are natural gemstones that haven't worked. If you've got the right techniques, and that's something that comes with practice, so get them.
There you go. That is great advice, and that's not the first time I've heard that either. Other guest designers say the same thing actually.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll go along with that. Normally $11.95 each, and my producer just says, "How about one for £1?"
Oh, that's good value. That's good value.
Sam, come out here. I think there's people at home that want to hear that point. Sam's just in the gallery and she's talking to Liam, and Liam's like I said, producers are very competitive here at JewelleryMaker. They want to see just how low they can get the prices. I think she's right. Have you seen how many people on the phone lines? Sam, come here and just tell us what you just said to Liam when he did that price reduction.
Has Liam ever been to a craft fair?
Have you ever been to a craft fair, Liam? I think what Sam's alluding to is that a Labradorite pair of earrings, say, with 2 of these droplets is probably going to be at least £10.
At least, yeah.
And he's just giving you 2 strands for $12.95.
The 2 most things asked for is amethyst and labradorite.
The 2 most requested gemstones at Sam's craft fairs are amethyst and labradorite. And that's because they're so well known. I suppose amethyst because it's well known, labradorite because it's sort of awe-inspiring.
Yeah. Everyone's got their own little story to go with it. Obviously with the neon lights and obviously.
Ah, that's
Everyone's got their own
interesting.
little history that they love about it.
Everybody seems to have their own individual reason why they love labradorite when they talk to you about it at craft fairs. Do you find that, Alicia?
Yeah, interestingly, yeah, I do. And people now that know gemstones know labradorite, and they'll request, can you make it with this? Or somebody gave me a piece so it has meaning, because it's sentimental, you know. It's a beautiful gift stone to give.
I'm loving this tonight. I feel like I'm on Loose Women. I feel like I'm on the panel. I feel like Janice Street Porter's going to hit me with something any minute.
You're safe, she's not here. Oh, gosh.
I thought that was quite a good impression, but I'm getting told off. Over the stock has been allocated on this particular clearance bundle. And again, you know, if anybody is leaving this in their basket, you are running the risk of missing out on this particular clearance deal. We're going to move on. Where to, sorry? Oh. Okay, now these are the waxed cotton cords. They're a little bit more significant than our traditional cords, not quite as large as the paracord, so they're somewhere in the middle. Although, we actually launched these on the same day that we launched the paracords, and Mark was creating designs on the late show in a very similar fashion to the paracords, so, you know, it could be a little bit of a compromise, or almost just say one level down, shall we say, because they're not quite as large as the paracords, so a little more subtle. Monochrome effect as well, so you can't go wrong. Neutral tones, going to go with any gemstones.
I want to feel.
Alicia's literally rubbing her hands here. You want to have a feel of them? It's all tied up.
I want to feel
I won't do
them,
it at you, because you're...
Oh.
Look at Pete, straight on the dance floor. Oh. He loves it, doesn't he? What do you think of that? Is it the finish that you hadn't felt before then?
Yes, that's unusual. I just, you know me, I would just want to take it apart and have a go. And
yeah, have a look. No problem at all. That's why we have our experts on the show. You might give us an idea.
Do you know, just very simply, at a craft fair, when you've wire wrapped some of your stones, especially if you've got some of the monochrome ones that you've done, just to finish it off with that, then you haven't got too much trouble. You know, again, time is money. But make sure you do a nice professional job. Yeah, but you don't have to.
You could even have, like, you know, a little slider clasp, or
that's
you could
exactly. Yeah, you just put it on a bail, slide it on there, do your nice clasp. It's all about the gemstone then, and you haven't had to work too hard.
Good point. You're making a real feature of the gemstone if you put it on the cord. You're right. That moss rutile quartz that we had earlier on that would look fantastic.
Yeah, very wintry.
This is one of the most inspirational shows we've ever done. Lots of ideas flying around, Alicia. Thank you very much. Okay, that's a great idea from Alicia.
Thank you very much. Oh,
do you know what I've just noticed about Pete? He does the walking to the dance floor dance.
walking to the gemstone dance.
Hey!
Yes.
Give that girl a coconut. Okay, normally these are $7.95 per reel. You do get 20 metres in total here. Normally you get 10 metres. Wow, $11.95. So we're taking it down as low as we can possibly go. Already very competitive on this particular cord. They are actually 3 by 5 millimetres in size. And I have to say, they are very, very versatile, because you could use those easily, like you're saying, to put a feature pendant on, but also just simple
bracelet, birthstone pendant done.
Absolutely, or even masking designs. I was thinking, you know, the kind of surfer style.
Oh yeah.
Necklaces are really popular with all the young fashionable gents. I probably couldn't get away with it, but there you go.
We'd have to test it out. We'd have to test it out.
We've got the perfect candidate. Pedro, you're going to be modelling one of those next week. Okay, the clearance price this evening, $11.95. That's a double deal on your wax cord. We're moving up. We're going to give you another double deal now. Oh, this is really interesting. I'll tell you what. I'll have some clear quartz, please, Bob.
Seen it.
Hexagon shaped clear quartz.
Oh.
I'm easily amused.
They look so shiny from here.
They're actually, that's not something we normally associate with clear quartz, is it? We normally think of the crackle inclusions or the clarity, but actually the finish on these is.
Do you know, I looked over and I thought that they were coated. Are they coated?
No, they're not.
No.
It's just the polish effect that you've got here.
Oh, they're beautiful. They would catch the sunlight, you know, at a craft. Sorry.
Yeah, no,
not at all.
Why
to the
not?
craft fair again. They would catch the light beautifully, and as that's catching somebody's eye, they're walking past, they're going to notice the rest of your craft.
Do you know what? You know, please don't apologise, because you're really carving out your own niche tonight. So when we've got you on, we're going to put a lot of focus on the craft fair.
Oh
so
my goodness!
That's good, isn't it? Because all of our designers have their own, you know, individual level of expertise and what they tend to focus on. And Alicia likes to go to the craft fairs, and she's teaching us all tonight how to maximise on your profitability in those particular venues. These are fantastic because not only do you have that very high polished, beautiful sheen that you've got from the finish, but also the shape, I suppose, is going to lend itself to certain weaves as well, because they could interlock.
Nice rings, actually, as well.
Interesting.
Really nice ring shapes. Yeah. Yeah.
Alicia, you're on fire tonight.
I've had some bronzite in the same shape.
Right.
And again, they sell
flew
so
off the
quickly.
Store, did they?
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go.
Absolutely.
Even sort of bridal commission, maybe tiara kind of designs, would they work in those maybe?
Yeah, that's not something that I've done them, but
sure.
I've not been to many bridal fairs, but to be honest with you, I think that I could do something quite nice with those in that vein as well.
There you go, you see, they're inspiring our designer as we speak. Normally they're $7.95 per strand. You get 130 carats on each strand. You got over 250 carats as part of this clearance double deal. And we are taking it down to Bargain Town. $9.95, that's less than £5 a strand. £4.98 per strand.
There's no need for that.
Yeah, there's no need for that.
No need for that.
What's going on in there?
Again, another insult of a price, that one.
Yeah. Do you know what? I think he's having a bit too much fun in there.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Bring him out.
Sam's still telling him off.
Is she?
Yeah,
she's a good girl.
Yeah, she's saying he's going too low on the prices. Do you know what?
I'm not surprised.
All of these designers now are starting to be a little bit worried about our prices here at JewelleryMaker, because we're almost devaluing the prices people can achieve.
Wow.
If everybody knows about JewelleryMaker, as we start to expand, people are going to be starting to haggle at the craft fairs, aren't they? So I know you got that from JM. I'm not giving you £20.
When you wake up to the prices and start increasing them, us at home will have a massive stash, so we'll still be able to get them while it's low.
You see? Yeah. Well, you know what? You know, we've seen the rarity increasing on certain gemstones, on certain metals. I mean, pearls, for example.
Yeah.
We're starting to expect the price on those to rise. If you've been buying pearls at sort of $12.95, $9.95 kind of price points, you've got them in your stash. When the prices do start to rise in 2015, you'll already be able to Yeah, you'd be able to cushion the prices. I like that.
You've got a cushion, haven't you? You can work your way up again, can't you, from there?
Good point. There you go. We're going to move on. We're going to give you one more deal. Oh. Are these... Oh. I picked it out. I know, I picked them up. There was just I was thinking, wow, these are pretty delicate. Look, this is what is in the box. Where I was thinking, surely, what are these? They're a bit delicate, aren't they? Yeah, they are pretty delicate, aren't they, Ed? There's 2,000 sitting right in front of me. Normally you get 1,000 as part of a pack, but we have created another clearance double deal. So we're going to bring you 2,000 individual antique bronze crimp beads.
Are they crimp beads? Wow.
So they're antique bronze plated little crimp beads. I mean, you could crimp them. You could use them as spacer beads, I suppose. You could use them in micro macrame designs, actually. Amazing. So normally you get 1,000 for $4.95. That's already amazing value, isn't it?
Do you know, they are fantastic to use. Time consuming but beautiful pieces.
I guess because you do have to, you know, be a little bit more focused, shall we say, when you're working with the very small 2mm beads, but the effect you get is incredible, isn't it? It looks so intricate.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. In fact, I haven't gone as far as the micro macrame, but what I have done is use them to edge round pieces of work.
Oh, I suppose
and
soutache designers, they're perfect, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah. But I've also used it to edge turquoise. Oh, just big.
Oh, antique bronze with turquoise, classic combination. Yes. Oh, I like that. Oh. I'll tell you what, Alicia, I think you're going to get invited back.
Do you think?
I think so. Lots of inspirational designs. Liam, you're going to get fired, mate. $6.95. That's amazing. So not really. It's his job.
Aww.
It's his job to give us incredible deals. And you're definitely fulfilling your remit this evening. $6.95, normally $4.95 for 1,000. Tonight, $6.95 for 2,000. Don't forget, anytime you see these reductions in the price, they're only available for 60 minutes or while stocks last, and I see that being extremely popular. We are going to leave that one with you, and actually, for me, whenever I see the antique bronze plating, I always instantly envisage vintage style designs, but actually, I see a lot of contemporary pieces on the Wall of Fame featuring these, so again, they're very versatile, aren't they?
That's the word, that's the key word, versatility. I think because they're so small, that you can use them for practically anything. And don't think that they're a wasted purchase, because you can save them, they'll last you forever. They're great.
Fantastic, there you go. We are going to move on from that particular clearance deal. People still coming through on the free phone number. Stay where you are. We are now going to move on. Believe it or not, it's time for another Star Buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another Star Buy, and it's another premiere launch. We're a little bit lucky tonight, aren't we? We're joined by Alicia, who's been more than inspirational. We've had probably the longest strand of Tanzanite I've ever brought you, and now we're bringing you champagne baroque pearls. Now, actually, it's funny. We just started talking about certain gemstones that we expect to rise in price over the coming 12 months, and pearls is certainly one of those. I thought we'd have seen rises in the price of pearls already, but we have managed to be very competitive here on JewelleryMaker, but you know, how long can that last for? And these are fantastic. They're baroque culture pearls, so again, they offer you fantastic texture and a little bit of character into your designs. Of course, when people are investing in pearl jewellery, they want to know it's the real deal. It's a key consideration for people investing in pearl jewellery because there's so many faux pearls on the market. We talk about it a lot, but the chance to work with genuine culture pearls is so exciting, especially pearls of this size. We generally talk about sort of 8.5, 9 millimeters being considered a luxury size for a pearl, because it would have taken nearly 10 years to create a pearl of that size. These are 11 by 13 millimeters. We generally say there's about a millimeter of growth every 12 to 18 months. So we say like a millimeter per year. So you're talking about over 10 years for each of these to actually have been sort of hand carved by Mother Nature. It's a great way to think about it, because of course they do form naturally in the mollusk. The great thing about your Baroque pearls, again, I think, is that they are quite versatile. You could use these in classic designs, but also they do lend themselves to contemporary disciplines as well. It's almost like a little pearl cabochon, actually, isn't it? It's just a flat base and then this domed effect. But these are just so luxurious. I mean, as I say, the first thing that I suggested this morning when I saw these strands was that you put them together, because I know for a fact that people have been teaming up our pearls with the big five and getting huge valuations. So if you got hold of the Tanzanite, that has now been a sellout strand, just to be clear. Yeah, well, yeah, obviously, quite right, you'd expect that to be a sellout. But maybe you're looking for a chance to optimise on your 1 P&P per day. Why not add these gorgeous pearls to your designs? Actually, for bridal commissions, because a lot of brides do like a little bit of colour, and this is very luxurious, isn't it? The champagne tone.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They just go with anything, don't they? And you can make them very contemporary, those pearls.
Yes.
Yes.
Really? You've actually got some designs over there.
Well, as it happens.
I might just go over to Alicia. Is that all right? Yeah.
Come on.
I love Alicia. We're having so much fun tonight.
This, you could do something very similar with this, and maybe at some point, if I'm invited back, I might show people how to do this. It's actually crochet, and it's wire weaved in and using pearls, so you can accent this. And you know what I was saying about the pink satin cord mixing? Can you see what I was talking about?
Absolutely. So you've got the mixture of the colour tones. Yeah, fantastic.
Absolutely. So that is something that you could do easily, and
there you go.
You see, you tone this hot pink down by mixing it with some of the champagne cord, and I believe there may be some of this on the internet. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, we've got very similar colours, haven't we? We've got the kind of nude tones as well that would work, or the golden colours. Actually, if you use these Baroque pearls, you could be a little more economic as well, because they're so much larger. You
could maybe just do a run down the centre, or just have a few spaced around, because I do have the design. Yeah, definitely. You could wrap, as I've done. You wrap wire around them. Would you like to? Yeah.
Actually, this is a premiere launch this evening, so we haven't seen these champagne pearls previously, and I love that design. That cuff bangles, again, really popular at your craft fairs. Now, I will just say, producer Liam is on one tonight. He wants to make luxury gemstones as accessible as possible, and he's saying to me he's going to give us all
a deal,
a special launch price. What? Oh, I thought you meant.
Oh.
Pete, get over here. Pete, don't worry about the cameras. I'll deal with the cameras.
Oh, how nice! And you know what? That is a necklace with a cuff bangle as well, just as you're holding it there. How nice would that be? You can learn to make this later, but get these now, so in readiness for, and have your beautiful pearl necklace.
I'll tell you what, Alicia, I love it. So you're now pitching for your own designer inspiration show as we speak.
Come on.
High five me. I've got to hold my arms. I've hurt my arms.
Sorry.
No. It's fine. That's just what I've got to do. I like it.
Oh,
she's definitely coming back. $7.95 is the launch price this evening.
That's amazing.
There's no way we should have gone to that price.
No.
He's just mavericking it tonight. Sam,
hold
her back. On him. Pete, don't come here, actually. Hold Sam back. She's going through that.
Oh, gosh. We put a spell on him, haven't we, obviously?
I'll tell you what, he's enjoying himself tonight, and hopefully you are too, with the prices we're giving you. These are genuine cultured pearls. An exclusive launch price of $7.95. Again, it will only remain at that price for the next 60 minutes. Should be, well, say should be. We were supposed to launch them at $9.95. Down to $7.95. Ah, Director Bruce got you out of trouble there, Pete. I tell you what, I was going to scapegoat you for this price. Director Bruce said, "Stay where you are, Pete. Don't let him get you in any more trouble." Dear. He's peacekeeping as well between Sam and Liam as well. Sam's like saying, "Have you seen the prices people pay for pearls at craft fairs?" Amazing. Thank you, Alicia.
Very well.
Yes, we'll get on that.
Yeah, we'll get on that.
We'll have a look at how we can demonstrate that gorgeous bangle design. It's a beautiful little cuff as well, which are really popular, aren't they?
Yeah.
Amazing opportunity.
Crochet.
And of course, just thinking, bridal parties. So bridesmaids and flower girls. This is a gorgeous colour tone as well. Pearls are obviously, you know, synonymous with bridal commissions at $7.95. I am mesmerised. That's amazing. Amazing. We're going to move on. And what should that be? No, what should number 10 be? Yeah, what should it be? Because it's probably out here because there's nothing. Oh, is it the pendant findings? Ah, okay, sorry, I just wasn't sure because they weren't in the box, but I knew they'd be out here. Here we go. Wow, you're going to love these this year. Oh, feature pendants.
Copper.
Yeah, that's how I would interpret it. So I suppose it could be a floral design, but I'm seeing, yeah, kind of cobweb style designs. I mean, wire workers could really go to town with these, couldn't they? Actually, the colour tone, the rose gold plated, I mean, you could just dangle little tanzanites off the loops, or you could sort of weave them into the actual detailing on the pendant. You get 3 of these, so you can actually have sort of feature earrings and your pendant if you wanted, or you can have 3 individual pendant designs.
Yeah, you could. And people in the day show have been talking about how to make things with their hands, and I do like that myself. You know, to have it on your hands.
Like shadow bunnies, that kind. No, I'm joking.
No.
I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm so silly. Actually, I'll tell you what. The other thing is, the cord goes through it as well, so it goes to show how significant the bail is. Talking earlier, weren't we, about the use of this cord just to keep things simple.
Yeah.
You know, make a feature of the pendant itself. So that actually that looks quite good. I quite like that.
Do you know what? If you wire wrapped that design as well. If you had one of those and you looked at it and you wanted to copy the design with some of your wire, you could do that, and that would go perfectly with that cord.
Or Viking weave. So Viking weave with your wire and then through the bail. That would look really effective as well, wouldn't it?
Marvellous.
I'm getting inspired now. What's this now, Sam?
I was thinking about putting that behind it, but I don't know if that would work.
How would you fit it onto it?
Wire work.
Oh, so wire. Let's have a look. Everything's worth a try. Which, do you want the shiny side or that side? So Sam is wondering whether you can wire wrap these agate. Oh, actually, I'll tell you what, Sam. Pretty effective, and then you get the texture of the banding on the agate. That might work. I like that. Okay, we're going to have to bring the price on screen. These are already flying out the door. I know the popularity of these. I brought you some variations of these last week. They flew out the door. $9.95 for all 3, not just for one. They're gold plated. Once again, rose gold plated copper. Amazing. $9.95 this evening. We're going to move on. Ooh, is this antique bronze plated chain? Oh, I love this. I'll tell you what I love about this, because it's actually got a bit of a feature to it. The links alternate between the kind of rope effect finish and the classic finish. So you get the plain ovals, then the textured ovals on the chain itself. So again, you know, it might be that the chain's doing all the work for you on that particular design, just by adding a bit of character. Love that. Because the one with the effects catches the light and it just draws the eye, doesn't it? Love that. You get a metre length of antique bronze plated chain here. The links are quite significant. They're 10 by 7 millimetres in size. Again, you know, you could use these for more of your gem heavy pieces. 1 metre length on this particular item, and as always, we've got an incredible deal for you. And add it to your order price. That's what we're all about here on The Late Show. I can see the cogs turning over there, Alicia.
I'm just holding this 2.5 wire and thinking, do you know, you could get some of those really small pink little gemstones, were they quartzite?
Quartz, yeah.
And just follow the line of the chain there and just add the odd few in there just to create a little bit of a gemstone flourish.
Oh, I quite like that. There you go. You're full of ideas, aren't you? There you go. Lots of people flying through for this one. If you've got it in your basket, you know what to do. Let's get the price on screen. Things are flying out the door tonight. Here it is. Whoa!
Good price.
That's amazing.
Very good price.
$6.95. That's amazing. I'll be honest, I was expecting sort of $11.95, $12.95, even as a jewellery maker price, but $6.95. No wonder the phone lines are so busy this evening. The prices we have been able to offer you are astounding. Congratulations if you're coming through, and once again, I have got buyers from across the globe coming through. I've got lots of buyers in the States coming through. Do you think that you have to pay a pretty penny for chain across the pond? In fact, if everyone was to check out their baskets, this would in fact be a sell-out deal. So it just goes to show how important it is that you get on the phone lines as quickly as possible. Moving on. It's about this time yesterday when we had a double drilled strand. And we don't see them very often.
I love them
these days. Really, why is that?
To be honest with you, quite a while ago I saw one of your designers, and I don't pinch many designs, a few, because he was so inspirational as a channel.
That's
and they did this beautiful zigzag design.
Yes.
Stunning. You can do so many interesting things with the double drill. So I like that because it's a little bit quirky.
That's great.
But,
so there you go. Of course, every day here on Jewellery Maker, we're live from 9 AM till 9 PM, providing you with inspirational designs. And we're lucky enough to have one of our designers with us this evening on The Late Show. We don't always have that luxury. And this is believe it or not, this is Alicia's first show. Seems like she's been here from day one. Fantastic.
I've been watching since day one, I think.
There you go then. 170 carats of gorgeous white howlite here. The thing I love about the white howlite is the banding.
Oh, I didn't realise it was howlite.
Yeah, that silver matrix is gorgeous, isn't it?
One of those gemstones as well that I think is really underrated, but its simplicity is in its beauty. It's just natural and just, it's understated.
Totally agree. Actually, yesterday on Twitter, regular viewer and contributor Tanya Mahone, who was one of our competition winners recently, actually, sent me Mahone, yes, that sent me a picture of the cufflinks that she'd made for her daughter's teacher. Right. And I think it was howlite that featured on them.
I wouldn't surprise me.
They were gorgeous.
Yeah,
I'll tell you. Absolutely fantastic. These are double drilled as well, so as we've already said, a few more different creative opportunities because you can have multiple strands and weaves, and that zigzag weave's amazing. I've seen that.
Have you seen it? It's gorgeous, isn't it? Yeah.
That's one of the designs that we featured quite early on Jewellery Maker when we did tend to feature more of the double drilled gemstones.
Yeah.
They've been a little less frequent these days, but we've got one for you right now. 170 carats, and here comes your price point. Wow.
Lovely.
Add it to your order prices. $6.95. I tell you what, he's having so much fun in there. Pete, go here. Oh no, you can't. Can you?
Yeah.
I'll just tell you. Let's just do what Liam was doing.
What's he doing?
He was in my ear. He was going. Add them to your order. Add them to your order. La 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 la. It seemed like a conga kind of move to me. La 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 la. $6.95 as Liam rightly sung. Add them to your order. La 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 la. La 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 la. We're moving on. Let's get going. Here we go. I forgot where I took those from. Here we go. I like this. Love the variations that you get in the shapes here.
Adore tiger's eye. Sorry.
Beautiful chatoyancy, and again, because you've got the larger surface area with these beautiful tiger's eye slabs, that's what allows you really to make a feature of that optical effect. Lots of people already getting on the phone lines for this one. I think it's because everyone's already got their order up and running, so they're just taking advantage of that 1 P&P per day, really.
Oh yeah.
I love these. Look at the variations in the shapes. They're kind of irregular slabs, they're classified as, but I just love the shapes that you've got here. They're gorgeous, aren't they? Very earthy colour tones that you get in your tiger's eye. So again, it's almost kind of understated, but because you get the optical effect, it attracts attention to your designs, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Beautiful. They range in size from 26 by 18 to 36 by 21. Let's get the price on screen because they're flying out the door. Over 500 carats. It's not the broom cupboard, Sam, all right? Clear off. So we're only messing around, we're all good friends here. $7.95 for over 500 carats of tiger's eye. Sorry, Sam.
It's all right.
I would never be rude to Sam. Here we go. Well, I just was, so I would. Over 500 carats. Go away! What is with these two tonight? They can't help it, can they? Look at Pete, he's still dancing. They want to release their own DVD. Salsa with Pete. Why not listen to one of Liam's classics? Like add them to your order. Anyway, if you've got them in your basket, you know what to do. Take advantage of that 1 P&P per day. And of course, at $7.95 for this huge carat weight, you are really onto a winner. We're going to move on now. Oh, Sam, you could have set them up. Joking, I'm joking. Let's move on. We've got these beautiful cabochons. Oh, I see the problem now. They keep sliding down. I'm not going to touch it. Red onyx here. It's a slight variation on a very familiar and traditional gemstone. 180 carats in total. So I think you could get a bit of a variation of the cabochons. It's a little bit difficult for us to display these because, of course, we need them at an angle so the camera can see them all. But as soon as you do that, they start sliding down. And that's actually testament to how beautifully they have been polished, I suppose. Yeah. And, of course, cabochon isn't actually a gemstone cut. It is a polishing technique. Glenn Lara, who is one of, I would suppose, one of the most famous and talented lapidarists in the world, he's also best mates with Steve Bennett, the owner of the company. He does tell me that that's the first polishing technique that all lapidarists learn, but it can take you years and years to actually master creating the perfect cabochon. So even, you know, the sort of very first thing you learn as a lapidarist is something that takes years to master. So this is a real skill set that it actually takes a lifetime to really become an experienced lapidarist. I mean, Glenn Lara is extremely talented. He actually has have you seen his work? He literally carves his initials into the base of the gemstone, so it's like captured inside. And like he's autographing the cut, if you like. Amazing.
He's a right to, though, hasn't he?
Well, he has, because of the things he's created. And if you ever want to feel passionate about gemstones, go in a room with Steve Bennett and Glenn Lara. You'll come out obsessed with gemstones.
I don't think I could be any more obsessed.
I was going to say, it's not difficult, and most jewellery makers at home do talk about jewellery making and gemology as though it's more of an addiction than a hobby. But these cabochons are spectacular because of the finish, because of the way they've been polished. And then, of course, you've got that gorgeous colour tone there, the ruby reds, the tangerine tones there, and a huge collection there, 180 carats in total. Let's have a look at the price point. So should be $11.95. We're not staying there. I told you he's on one today. Add them to your order. Add them to your order for $7.95. $7.95 for 180 carats of red onyx cabochons this evening. Please don't miss out on this deal, particularly if you are a wire worker, a soutache designer.
Anything really.
Mckay artist. I've seen beautiful Mckay bezels for the cabochons. They look gorgeous. That's a nice idea, I think.
And they look, from here, they look just a little bit amber-like, don't they?
They actually do. There's some that have that very strong amber saturation. Macrame artists, you want to create that kind of setting. Kumahimo as well. Hopefully I'm not missing anything out here because we only have single figures of availability remaining on this particular item. Again, very, very popular. And of course a traditional gemstone, but with a bit of a twist.
What a price.
We are going to move on. We're going to try to fit in as many deals as we can before the end of the show. And look at this gorgeous strand of Keshi pearls. I mean, this is... It's kind of like a plum tone on the base of it, but then it's got these neon purple shades coming through on the pearlescence.
That's the perfect colour to go with the garnet. That's the perfect colour.
Yes,
that's the one.
Garnet.
That's
Keshi pearls and garnet as well.
That's the colour, yeah.
So anybody that got hold of the garnet bundle earlier this evening, perfect accompaniment. Beautiful accent stone.
Slightly more rosy to the eye, which is what I want in...
Well, funnily enough, one of the strands was Rhodolite garnet, and Rhodolite is derived from rose-like, so rose-like garnet. So there you go. I actually think the champagne pearls with the Keshi pearls looks kind of gorgeous.
Yeah.
Love that combination, actually. And of course, the organic nature that you have with your Keshi pearls is beautiful, isn't it? That kind of textured finish.
Yeah,
which,
very
again,
organic.
Yeah, I mean, some people do use them almost as sort of vine leaf kind of effects in designs, don't they?
I need to put them in one of these, don't I?
Oh, in one of those cuff bangles.
I need to put them in one of those.
And would they work? You would just weave them in the same way?
Yeah. I mean, that's a crochet base, and then I've just weaved everything in there. It just would look stunning.
I'll tell you what, I'll just come over and join you. We'll get the price on screen for the Keshi pearls, and I'll come over and we'll have a look at what you're talking about. You can talk us through the design. There you go, $9.95.
I think, aren't they? They're beautiful close up. And imagine if they were, you can see if I drape it in front, if they were weaved into a bangle like that. Beautiful. Oh, alongside of. Put those other pearls with it, Ed, in front of.
They are gorgeous. What, these as well?
Yeah. Just imagine a whole collection, anywhere you want on that bangle.
I love that.
Beautiful.
I mean, pearls, as we say, they just exude luxury, don't they?
They bring it to life, but on a bangle like that, make it completely contemporary.
Yeah, there you go. That's great. I love this. I love all of your inspirational design. You're still working on something there, aren't you, with your Carnelian and your Garnet?
See, I told you, the little ring. That'd be lovely.
That little ring that you've been working on there. And nice combination of colours there as well, the hot pinks and the tangerines and then a bit of depth in the garnet.
There you go, you see. Yeah, beautiful colourways.
Oh, and you've used a little bit of copper wire there, have you?
Well,
actually,
it's some of this.
Somewhere in the middle. Ah, right, okay, so that's the antique ones.
Yeah.
That's the kind of twisted variety.
And a single one, so I've used that all the way through these pieces over here.
I love that. A little bit of texture from the wire designs, actually.
Yeah, I've not used it much, but I've fallen in love with it. Stunning.
Gorgeous. I mean, you've created a huge suite of jewellery over the evening, haven't you? I mean, of course, we did launch our Tanzanite earlier on, around about 8 PM. It sold out in minutes, I'm afraid. So if anybody was waiting to get hold of that, it has now been a sellout deal. But congratulations if you got hold of it, because you've got 48 centimetres of Tanzanite. It sounds so ridiculous to talk about Tanzanite in terms of length, but that's just what we do here at JewelleryMaker. We are now coming to the end of the show, so just enough time for me to talk to you, Alicia. Have you had fun this evening?
It's been absolutely wonderful, and the crew are just as you imagine. They're brilliant. There you go.
Yeah, they are horrible, aren't they? Yeah. No, I'm joking. Look at Pete, he's not happy with me now. I'm in trouble. No, yeah, everybody's great. Everybody helped to put the show together. I have to say, it's probably one of the most fun shows we've ever had here on The Late Show. And I think you've helped to inspire that like that. Helped to inspire that. Look at Pete, he's still dancing.
He's dancing. Oh, bless. Come into your class, Pete.
Pete just kicked the camera.
too carried away.
Everyone's getting a little bit carried away. Right, I think you all need a time out.
Yeah. Sit on the
Bruce,
stairs.
put them on the naughty step, would you, son? Bruce has been directing the show tonight, and I suppose for everybody at home, the biggest thanks goes to producer Liam, because he's been the one giving us all these clearance prices. Well done, Liam. Good work, my friend. But yes, Alicia, you've had fun tonight.
It's been brilliant. Thank you very much,
We've had great feedback from everybody at home who've been enjoying your designs and your insights into all of the craft fair scenarios you've been presenting us with. So that's great. Just enough time for me to, I suppose, give my thanks to all of the crew, Sam and Pete for putting together the show, Bruce for directing the show, Liam for all of the products and the prices, and of course the lovely Alicia. It's been very inspirational. We're going to be back on Monday with Sarah Elvin, of course, another designer who likes to sell at craft fairs and also move through different disciplines as well, so we get lots of inspiration from Sarah. I will be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. I'm going to be doing the Designer Inspiration Show tomorrow, and even though I knew this at 5 p.m, I forgot all of a sudden because I've been having so much fun. I'll put it on Facebook and Twitter as soon as I come off screen, exactly what we'll be working on from 1 p.m. But make sure you are getting involved from 1 p.m. tomorrow, because we'll be bringing fun. Oh, of course it is. It's Fiona with resin. There you go. So I did that on Sunday. I'm doing it again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Join me and stay tuned right now for a recap of today's shows. Bye.